Hi guys, thanks for coming. Niku's gonna be here. Niku's gonna be ready in about 10 minutes, so we'll get started once they finish eating. The food's finally here, so okay. We get started in a few minutes. I'm just gonna mute myself. I'm just gonna finish getting some stuff ready. Until then. Sorry about the jump scare, guys. Was just trying to figure out some background music while I kept you guys waiting. Okay, glad to hear it's coming through. I wasn't sure it wasn't coming. It was silent on my end, so I wasn't sure it was going through. All right, I'll be back once Niku's ready. Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright. Okay, Niku's here, guys. For some reason, what is going on here? Discord, why is my microphone not showing any? I can hear you, but for some reason, I'm not. The sound's not coming through on my end. Are you guys hearing? Are you guys? Is anyone in the chat? Okay, hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to get this figured out. Hang on. Sound. Device it. Okay. Where is the what is going on with my sound? Sorry, Niku's here, but for some reason my computer is not getting any sound from Discord. Hold on one moment. Let me add application audio capture. Okay, now testing out. All right, can you guys hear Niku now?
Bibbidi bobbidi boo is B.
What is going on? My computer is still showing the green light going on, but no sound is coming through the Discord call. Hang on, one technical difficulties here. Technical difficulties.
You're streaming this on.
All right, let me
on YouTube, right?
Troubleshoot my sound. One moment. Here we go. All right, troubleshooting.
See, people are saying that they can hear us both now.
All right, let me try. Hang on.
Maybe not. I think that's the problem. Hi, everybody.
Still not hearing. Hang on one moment. Let me... Come on, Discord! Okay, the chat. Okay, so now stream is apparently hearing us both, but now for some reason I can't. For some reason my computer, my headphones are not hearing anything. Hold on, let me.
I could say
out.
I could say anything about Howler right now. I could say how stinky Howler is, and he has no fucking clue. Not a single damn clue, and nobody tell him. Nobody say a damn thing. Also, sorry I'm late. The food I ordered took a while to get here. It was really good though. It was some good shit. I'm gonna host while Howler can't hear me.
Settings.
Hey everybody.
Hang on one moment. Voice and video.
How many are there?
Now I can hear now I can hear you, Niku.
Hey, things were totally fine while you were away. Nothing strange was said or anything of that nature. How do I see how many people are fucking watching? Do you want me to swear or not? Sorry, that's a late question.
No, I am not. I have a underneath. I keep myself PG in my main videos, but I have a potty mouth, so swear away.
Okay. Yep.
I think the stream's gone on long enough. I think I've kept the stream going long enough while you're eating that we're past whatever time limit YouTube has for swears or whatever. Because they had that stupid no swearing within the first 7 minutes or something.
Apparently I'm echoing crazy.
Okay, that I figured out. That's my fault again. I did had Discord as a separate audio stream while trying to solve my technical issues with the audio quality. So that should be taken care of now. There we go. Oh yeah, and it's currently showing the stream, and I think the stream stats are just on my end on my YouTube account. Currently showing showing 27 concurrent views with a total of 76 views so far. So about 27 people at a given time, basically.
Put some links places. Nice. Hold on. I'm gonna put some links in places.
Yeah, I linked on my
Sorry if you have to hear me type.
Yeah, no worries.
But you linked on your, I assume on your Twitter.
Yeah,
on your key.
Yeah, on my Twitter and my Twitter, my Tumblr, and let me just go ahead and drop the link also in whichever plate in whichever in all my other Discord stuff.
Yes, okay. That's good. Hold on. I'm doing my due diligence, if you will.
Yeah, and let me just...
That's not... Come on. There we go.
Alright, here we go, and...
Oh my god. What's your Twitter at? I keep putting...
It's at the Violet Howler. Capital T, capital V, capital H.
That's what I thought, but... It's just not, giving it to me, I guess. Ah, there we go. Only until I typed the entire thing in. Usually, it just pops up pretty quickly to be like, oh yeah, this person? And I'm like, yeah, but it was every stranger on the planet. And I'm like,
I know, right? I have that happen every time I try to, at someone on Twitter.
It's a functioning, cool website. Let's see.
Same thing happens with me on Tumblr, too, to be honest.
Yeah, Tumblr, I feel is almost worse about it half the time, but I'm not here to defend Twitter by any means.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of us are going to defend Twitter.
Okay, there's that. And one more to go. Me typing and talking at the same time is not always the easiest thing to do. In the meantime, Howler, how are you? How was your dinner? What did you have?
Leftover pasta. I made like a giant bowl.
Nice.
Made like a
solid.
Yeah, I made like a big pot of macaroni of macaroni noodles last night, and so that lasts me a few days.
Yeah.
And let me just change the visual of the stream now that you're here. All right.
Wahoo!
Yeah, so now it's got our logos. Got both. Now it's got both our logos on the screen.
Looking fancy, looking fine.
Oh hey, you got a question in the chat, wondering if you and Tennille are going to continue the Suriku TED Talk with the 5-hour rant video.
Oh hoo hoo. Yeah, I'm seeing. Well, I mean, now we want to. It's just been a mix of being really busy, and Tennille's just been sick and like trying to recover from long COVID, as it turned out to be. So I mean, God bless him. It's been a road of recovery. It's like, what are you gonna do but like hope for the best? So it's just like we do plan on continuing. It's just been like one thing after another on either my end, or just Tennille is feeling sick, understandably just exhausted to hell and back. But we definitely want to, and I know a lot of people have been wanting us to, so that will happen. Boy, will it. But it might be more like the end of next month, I think, is a safe bet, because I'm about to be busy again, baby. So I'm glad we're getting this in.
Yeah, probably gonna be yeah, for me, yeah, and on top of that, I was last time during the last stream, I had told Tennille about how I wanted to do like a breakdown of each Kingdom Hearts game as a standalone title, as far as, and like not talking about like like setting up sequels and stuff, but like how each game tells its own separate single story, and how I had toyed with doing that as a live stream, but hadn't done anything about that because of like not really having a lot of experience with streaming, and we had kind of thrown around the idea of like that. Right. That could be something all of us could do. Is just like I'd stream like myself playing playing through like each game and doing like giving my commentary on like the tropes and archetypes that the game uses to tell its story, and you guys and with you guys both being there as, you know, additional commentary, so that I'm not just talking to the void. But that's gonna have to wait until I have the money to get that equipment. Easier
when you have people. Yeah, it's a little easier when you have like people to bounce off of in the first place. Well, I think it takes a lot of talent to be able to talk by yourself for hours and hours and hours. You know, like it's so rough. It's so hard. But no, it's honestly just it's easier, I think, when you have people to bounce off of, and then it's more fun. It's just more enjoyable to do. So, you know, you get to be at the wheel, and we'll just be your little couch guys back there, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, now we just I thought that would be a fun idea, and everyone in the chat during the last stream agreed, and so that was and so now we just need to wait on I need to wait until I have the money to buy like the encoder or whatever I need for converting the PlayStation game footage for like the stream for the stream, and then for all three of us to have the time.
That's true. Another way to do it, if your computer is capable of running them, which for the most part it should be, I would think, modern day, your average cheapo computer can probably play KH1, you know? If you can play it on your PC, that might be a lot
I play it on PS4. Like
to...
that's what I mean. That's what I mean is I play it on PlayStation.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying there are ways to get your hands on a PC version, and then you may be able to just circumvent getting a whole piece of equipment to stream from your PS4 and blah 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 blah. But that's something I can help you with another time. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds
good.
That
way, I may be able to help just cut out the middleman there and get you on that path a little quicker. So, but yeah, I think that would be fun.
Yeah,
it would be a fun little, because it's also fun to just have kind of like a long-term little project, I guess. It's just like, oh, cool, we can look forward to, we're just gonna go play the game and talk about it and go on through. So I don't know, I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs. How do I make a post on YouTube? I don't know jack or shit about it. I just put my videos up and then go, here you go, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I figured out it's like once you get like above like 500 subscribers or like whatever, or like if they haven't lowered the requirements for monetizing a channel, then whatever half of that number is. But basically, it should be 500. Where basically, once you hit that many followers, you get like a community tab where you can where you can make like announcement, where you can post like announcements, like in progress stuff, kind of things, polls, stuff like that.
Right. Okay. Cool. Well, I just hit 301 followers like yesterday, so. That's exciting. But I'm not quite. I think it's 500. I think 500 is now the new like monetization stage. So everybody who isn't should go follow me for surezies, for real.
Yeah.
But anyway, so now that we're here, how about that Kingdom Hearts, huh?
Yeah.
How about that? Love that game.
Yeah,
big time.
It really cannot be said just how much my gaming preferences my tastes in gaming are shaped by Kingdom Hearts. Like, it is such a unique mix that, like, a lot of the times I will start a game, and it's like, even if like the story is interesting, like if the gameplay lacks certain elements that I enjoy from Kingdom Hearts,
Kingdom Hearts conventions, if you will.
Yeah, like being able to jump for one. Like I kind of lose interest. I kind of lose interest in a lot of times I end up losing interest in a game that won't let me that doesn't let me explore and jump and interact with things to the same extent as in Kingdom Hearts. Like
it's so funny, this specifically coming up, because my partner was literally saying last night, we were looking at some Elden Ring video, and they were just like, I just can't play any of the other Souls games because you can't jump at them, and I can't deal with that. I was like, that's fair. Even though it's not even like, wow, you're jumping so crazy, all of this platforming in Elden Ring. It's just like such a small thing that it's like, I can't not jump ever, so it's this or nothing.
Yeah, and it's like, although, like, there are some games where it's like, if there's no jumping, it's not the end of the world, but, like, for instance, like if it's something like, say, like Hades, where it's like, where it's like, there's no jumping, but you still have a lot of freedom of movement, but if it's like, if you're basically stuck if you're in an area where it's like, you're fenced in terms of what you can explore and interact with, and you can't jump, it's just like I kind of lose interest fast.
Look, if they made me try to platform in Hades, I probably would have quit. And I love platformers. That's a game that's not built for it, and I don't want to deal with the weird angle, and like, it's not for that game. But if they still tried to make me platform, I'd be like, what are you doing, dude? Everything is perfect. Why would you make me do this? But thankfully, we don't live in that fucked up little universe, okay? We live in a universe where Hades is one of probably the most perfectly curated and crafted little experiences you can have.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
And yeah, Sky said, yeah, the Hades was designed to not need a jump, and a lot of games without a jump just feel restrictive. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the fact that the jump isn't there it's like the fact that it's like the gameplay was designed so that you don't need it. And so when you're playing a game where you think like, okay, yeah, a jump feature would come in handy in the kind of gameplay they're doing, and it's just have to have that like not be available, just kind of, it bugs me.
Yeah, no, you feel the lack of it. And it sucks to deal with, but hey, not in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, controversial opinion. I actually liked the platforming in KH1. Is rough around the edges, yes, okay, sure, but like I think this has been discussed to death, but like the actual like exploration of worlds in KH1 is unfortunately one of just the best in the series. They did it once, and then after that they're like, well, they kind of didn't do it the same ever again. 3 kind of gets there a little bit. It gets a little closer.
Oh, I completely co-signing your that opinion.
Yeah, stamped approval. Like I get maybe 0.2 did pretty well because it was in such a smaller scale that like they really got to kind of just work at what they had right there. So there are a lot of little like fun things you can go do and little things you can find, and hey, stand in this exact place and look at the stars, and then you see some shooting stars and you go, wow, and then you get an achievement for it and you feel so good. So it's like you basically have 1, 0.2, and 3 sort of. Depends on the world sometimes too, because if you look at just Pirates of the Caribbean, if you just look there and you're like, wow, this shit's crazy, you can go everywhere, and it's like built around exploration. Cool, it does a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of like world exploration for that game, but boy, there ain't nothing like the, oh shit, I can high jump now. I could maybe in that place back I could go back there and I could go do the thing, and then you get to go do the thing and it feels good.
Yeah, and also
never done that again.
And also one thing I miss from Kingdom Hearts 1 is like how the transitions between areas were animated and handled. Like it's like in like. Mm-hmm. In KH2, from like KH2 onward, it's like just like cut where it's just like everything just like irises out with like a symbol for that specific
just
world.
Like black screen cut.
Yeah,
but people are saying that Cavern of Remembrance is like the one other example of exploration, and I think they're right. But also that was like a final mix thing, and like imagine our asses just sitting around with nothing to do for years until we got it. Like, and I say that as if I was even there. I wasn't. I've only come into things in a post final mix available all over the planet world, but like
honestly,
it's
I just got
so silly to think of.
Honestly, I still got a lot of. Honestly, I just focused on like getting the story, going through the story over and over. I was there since 2008, 2007-ish, and that was, and I just kind of replayed everything for the story and just didn't really care about the exploration much. But like but like what I was saying with like the whole like just solid black cut to like from one area to the next, compared to whereas in Kingdom Hearts 1 they actually animated Sora opening doors to the room he's going
like
into,
walking through, or stuff like that.
And that
like there were so many little bits of like attention to detail in that way that really makes you feel like, oh, you're here in this world.
Yeah, it felt so much more immersive.
Yeah.
And
I think of like even just when it's like little things like how they show up in the world, which isn't in everyone, even in KH1, but I do think of stuff where it's like the first time you go to Wonderland and like you just get to watch them like falling down the hole, and I remember seeing that for the first time and going like, oh my god.
Yeah, that is
like, this is so cool.
Yeah, and also very clever in hindsight. Like that is very meta.
Yeah, it's really, really like such a neat idea, and it's also just cute, you know, and like Goofy just fucking falls. It's just like, oh, this is such a nice like introduction. Like it also kind of establishes them as characters and just like, oh, we're coming into a whoa, we're here now. We're in Alice in Wonderland, baby. I don't know. It was just like such a strong thing, or even just the like in universe, like they have a fight on the ship and they crash land into fucking deep jungle that we'll never see again. But little stuff like that, you know, it just makes it feel like, oh, we're so here instead of like, even. I keep thinking of like specifically Corona and how like they show up. And yes, they are discussing that they're like, oh, why are we here? And he's like, I don't know, you know, but it's nice. And they're like, at least like there's like this in-universe kind of like reason why they are here. There always is, but it's not always like trying to like connect itself to like it's not the same level of detail of like, okay, we are coming here for this reason. We are seeing them enter this way and blah, blah, blah. But like that feels like one of the few that it's just like they come in and then they're just like they're just there, you know, they just show up and you're like, oh, okay. Even if it was just like, even if you saw like, and the gummy ship is parked behind some trees or something, and then they like, you know, and they're like walking away from it, like you don't have to show me them getting out of it, you don't have to anything like that, like just something of that nature where you're like, oh yeah, you know, here they are, they flew in kind of a thing. Little things. I miss little things like they did with Wonderland, I guess, is my overall point. But
yeah, I get you, and I definitely agree. The only time I remember them doing something like that was like Pride Lands in KH2, and like I think there was one instance of it in KH3 where it's just like they just have like them teleporting in a beat from the warping down from the gummy ship in a beam of light, and then at the end, so we just kind of imagine. So you just imagine at the end of them just being like, "Beam me up, Chippendale."
Yeah. I know that they also did it in Atlantica, where they just kind of like whoosh, warp in.
Yeah, because of the whole undersea. We get that one.
Yeah, they're under the water, so if we can't land there, we'll drown. But yeah, it's little details, and it's like little things like that I feel like sometimes get left out as they move forward. But they do like a million billion other things that I'm just like, wow, we never did that before in this rule. So it's like. You win some, you lose some, I guess, but
yeah.
They have the characters enter via rabbit hole again. That would be cute. I agree. I discovered a couple of funny dialogues. If you hit the Queen of Hearts, and the cards laugh at her. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I wish we had a sequence of parking the gummy ship up like a car. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm not even like, I am not the type of person that like, I need everything explained. Like, I'm not like, how did they get to the boat? Where's the gummy ship? Isn't somebody gonna notice it? Like, I don't care, and it's not the point. But I do just like the idea of like keeping that kind of like grounded to its own universe, you know, where it's just like, okay, and here they are showing up here. Like, even just seeing the end like sequence and the gummy ship is like, you know, Ryu's driving it around and stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, this is so nice. Like, oh, it's the fucking gummy ship is flying around and picking people up and showing up in Twilight Town and stuff like that. And it's just like, I just like to have the little reminder, I guess. Sora struggling to parallel park.
Oh my god. Lucia did ask a good question of how the gummy ship would be in KH4. That is probably a good thing to wonder. Like, how are they going to gonna have Sora traveling to the Disney worlds in that game? That is kind of something interesting.
Really brightly colored car.
Oh my god, yes.
It'll just be like very similarly painted, and he's like, this is kind of familiar. And then he has to learn to drive, and then there are like rules of the road, and he's like, oh shit, oh god, okay, and that's how it'll be. He drives a little car, beep beep. But probably not. But I think that would be really funny. You guys like playing the gummy ship levels? It kind of depends. That one kind of depends for me.
For me, it kind of depends. Like, for me, it's like With Kingdom Hearts, yeah, it's like I'm kind of one of the ones where it's like I don't have any problems with playing them, but it's also one of those ones where it's like unless I'm trying to do like 100% completion run and get all the all the trophies and gummy missions, they're just like one and done for me.
Yeah, basically. Like, I've never done extensive stuff with the gummy ship anything, except for in KH3, where I did all the little missions and things, because that one I actually had a lot of fun. And I'm speaking as somebody who actually just really likes to play Star Fox, so, like, it's not obviously a strange transition at all. But it just feels a bit lacking, especially, like, KH1 had, like, a cool idea, and, like, I really liked that it's a means of, like, connecting like the universe together and like how you're getting from world to world, and I think it's like a really cute idea, but like as its own game mode is like you can do a lot in there, but it's all a little toothless for the most part. For the most part. And so it's something that's like cute, but it's not anything that's ever that has ever been engaging enough for me to want to play more of than what I've had to. But I do absolutely adore the gummy ship in general. I think it's the cutest thing. I never change it. I just keep the high wind always and forever, and did so even for the most part in KH3. I just put more guns on it, but I was like, don't fix it if it ain't broke, you know? It's the perfect design. It's a little rocket ship. Thank you very much. But I think I like KH1's better than 2's, because 2 feels really flat. It's very on a flat plane kind of a thing that I don't really enjoy, where like KH1 feels more like you're actually traveling forward through space, because you're actually going through 3D objects. Or KH2 is a lot more cleaned up as an actual mode, but like it's very like I'm at the arcade sitting in like the stupid roller coaster thing where I'm sitting on the chair that moves around and I just have like a screen in front of my face. That's how it feels to play the KH2 gummy ships, in my opinion. And then KH3 just rules. That was a whole, like, they just made a whole other game out of that one.
Yeah, the KH3 gummy ship mode was far and away the best.
Oh, yeah. Pardon me.
Oh yeah, and I saw one comment from that like pointing out the end that when Riku picked up Naminé in KH3, that the one that the Nomura changed because people kept projecting their heteronormativity onto it. People pointed it does mean that like Donald, that after like we go from like KH1 Donald refusing to let Riku come on the gummy ship, and now he's letting Riku drive it. Yeah. Well, he finally got his license. Before, he was gonna drive that thing into a ditch. Like he was gonna roll that fucking thing, and it was not gonna go well. They could have at least let him on, maybe not drive it, but they could have let him on the ship. That obviously worked out so good, not letting him on, but. Yeah, it's really really kind of a lot of people don't. I think really outside of a handful of outside of some corners of some small niches of the fandom, not a lot of people really talk about how much of the conflict of like Sora and Riku's conflict and Sora's insecurities later are partially Donald and Goofy's faults. Yeah. I mean, it's like there were a lot of like little, the complexities of human relations, and there's a lot of moving parts. But also, Donald very immediately was like, fuck this guy. I don't want him to come on. And it's just like, what do you mean? But like, even if he did get on, like Riku was obviously already like, he had been rubbed the wrong way and was like upset. And, like, I doubt even if Donald was like, yeah, all right, fine, he can come along. Like, he probably would have bailed anyway because he was, like, too upset about, like, the whole of it. But also, like, Donald's immediate refusal is, like, well, I mean, absolutely. Like, he's not gonna he's not happy about this. Like, it's just, like, there's, like, a lot of little parts, but it probably wouldn't have gone well even if he did go. Yeah, but it's just there's layers to it. Yeah, exactly. It's just, the layers. Because it's like, even at the time, like, I would say more Donald than Goofy, but Donald and Goofy were just kind of using Sora anyway. But then they're like, well, we're friends, we're pals. And then obviously they're like,
choosing like the mission over him come time, and then they were like, that was really stupid of us to do, never mind.
But by that point, the damage was done.
Yeah, for sure. People just don't talk about the Disney characters enough. It's true.
Yeah.
I feel like so often when people are, they're really like, you're going to focus on like your favorite parts of whatever it is you're enjoying. In Kingdom Hearts, there's a lot of it, so it's really easy to just hone in on like 1, 2, maybe even 5 characters or whatever, or even just the original cast versus the rest of it, kind of a thing. And it's such a shame to see when like I feel like sometimes people can really like sounds too strong, like lose touch with like the whole of the series when you forget the other like core aspects of it also being Disney characters at the same time, but also like the KH versions of XYZ Final Fantasy characters like have their own place, and then like the original characters all like working within that, I guess. But like it's oftentimes like you kind of get people who are in one camp or another. And it's really funny, even with like KH3, where there are people who are like, I'm here for the Disney stuff, wahoo! And they're like, KH3 was fun, I liked the worlds. The ending I didn't like so much. And then there are other people who are like, why am I fucking around with the worlds at all? And then they're like, I love this boss rush fucking crunch time at the end. This is what I wanted. Why did you wait so long for me to get this part? And I'm like, I don't know. I think they're both like, they have their strengths and weaknesses. The whole thing is, okay.
Yeah.
I just think that like, I don't know, both parts are really necessary. And anytime I see anybody talking about the like, boy, can't wait, or they hope in some capacity that like, well, now KH4 we're going into like the real world, and so there's not going to be any Disney stuff probably. Will they use it? I don't know. And some people really want that, and I'm just like, why?
Yeah,
what
they
are you
don't
here
really
for at this point?
Yeah, it's like a lot of them kind of really haven't really grasped, especially with like the fact that with the whole Quadratum being framed as death, like not really realizing what the significance of the Disney worlds is in that in the context of Sora basically being in the afterlife. It's like like making everything look like the real world is kind of sending a clear message that like you need that of like, hey, you need of the series needing Disney to stay alive, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's also something where at least thank God with the trailer that it was like, okay, we have to show Donald and Goofy at the end so people don't freak out and think that none of this is going to be a part of it. And I was like, oh, thank you, because I would have been really upset if this was somehow not a part of it.
Yeah, and honestly,
that they are sating me.
Agreed. And honestly, I'm loving the implications of like Donald and Goofy having their own subplot of trying to find Sora on their own.
I think that's really cute.
Yeah, and also
like, I wonder. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, there's the potential for like them to have like a parallel storyline of it's like just as Sora is finally dealing with, his descent on the heroine's journey and unpacking all his issues, Donald and Goofy are on their own journey trying to find him, and that forces them to unpack the fact that they contributed to those issues.
Right, yeah. It gives them a little bit of, like, the space that they need as well, even just for their own characters, because guess what? They're still important.
Yes.
They're just as important as the rest of them. So I also just think it is so funny. We cannot get away from Hercules. It will never leave. It'll be in like every fucking game in the series. Hades is here. And I'm so glad because I love that guy, but it's just, we can't fucking seem to have a game without it. And I have no complaints. I just think it's really funny. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, gosh, and yeah, and honestly, would not be surprised if they find a way to work in Hercules into the end of the game with like the whole like Riku implied godhood kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. They've already done this once. I would not be surprised if they bring this shit back in some capacity. But then even like they were using like specifically the underworld in Hades and like, oh, the very real concept of death in Dark Road. And I just feel like they're not gonna stop doing that anytime soon.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting, like, even like if Donald and Goofy are there trying to find Sora in some capacity would imply that they're already at least thinking that he could be dead.
Yeah.
Like if they have to go to the underworld. But even so, it's just like, oh, we're trying to find. They disappeared, and Hades is like, oh god, you disappear. Oh, they would have passed away. They're dead. They're dead. They died. You guys, you're weird, fucking trying to soften this up. They are dead. They're stiffs. They're corpses.
Yeah, there's so many potential meta commentary in theory. Like, I would not even be surprised. Like, I legit would not be surprised if Hades went on some kind of monologue about the refusal to say death because like I really and like that's actually something I'm going to talk about in my next season of analysis videos is like how the Disney world serve as a metaphor for not just like people, you know, embracing their inner child, but also for the importance and value of kids movies and stuff, while also commenting on like how like stuff like death and stuff is censored.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot. Well, okay, the door is open to many like. God, they could do anything with just the opposition of like, oh, the reality of like these Disney worlds and like the commentary on that versus a like, I always quote like real world because there's definitely plenty about it that's like, it is, but it isn't at the same time. It's just different, you know? But the like just doing that in the first place, the amount of meta has gone through the roof. And then having that to not only compare it to like fairy tales and you know, like just this idea of like fantasy and reality and like the difference in the perspectives and what makes what it's also like actual real world Disney brand like fairy tale, you know what I mean? It's not just like the tale of Cinderella or Snow White. It's like, no, this is Disney's fairy godmother, like, and she was like, oh hoo, Riku, you go on ahead, and swats him on the ass or something like that and sends him on his way. But like, it's just like, it's something that it doesn't have to just be some general like, wow, real life versus like fairy tales and like the importance of that to dealing with our lives or blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, real life and Disney. It's in Disney, which is rooted in our own reality, I guess. But like, I don't know, there's just a lot of like, there's a lot of room for commentary that's around the corner, and I'm very interested in seeing it.
Yeah, I am like I am like emotionally preparing like I am basically mentally imagining like myself like basically sticking out with like, it's just like I'm like mentally sitting there with popcorn just waiting for the fireworks.
Yeah. Cannot wait to see whatever's about to pop off. Whenever
we get more news, like
something.
Gosh, I really hope we get some news at Tokyo Game Show next month.
Yeah, I doubt that it'd be anything that's like, I mean, maybe they'll say something about KH4. I just doubt we'll see something.
At least like, Missing Link.
Love to hear at least Missing Link. That's what I'm. Come on.
Yeah, we have been
waiting for it.
They have been radio silent for that since January.
We're kind of coming up around the bend here, guys. Would love even the smallest update of like, hey, sorry guys, we're still, we ran into some road bumps, we're working on it. And I'd be like, okay. Fucking little Donkey Kong like thumbs up. That'd be great, that'd be fine. But nothing. absolutely nothing. And so it's like, and it's just going to be suddenly like, they're just going to wait until they have enough of something to share with us. And so it'll be silence, and then like suddenly a whole bunch of shit all at once.
Yeah, like that was basically how so many things happened with Union Cross,
Dark Road and Union Cross. Yeah. Like, because Dark Road too, we were like waiting for a long time, and then eventually it was like late August or something, and we're like, yeah, okay, and then we're like, it's like August 31st. Are we gonna hear anything? And then it's like literally like minutes before like switching over to the new month, and it's just like, it was delayed. Sorry. We're like, okay, yeah, we kind of figured at this point. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see. Like it's so funny to like see, because I feel like I've seen so many other games and their general marketing, there we go, that's the word I'm thinking of, and just like the dealings with the people, and they can be so like so on top of things, and I'm like, God, what must that be like? What is that, huh? To because it's not even like some like we're just gonna drop some one big cryptic project or something. It's like ongoing series, and they're like, yep, we're working on things, and here's all this shit, and then they just go totally silent. Like, it wasn't even just like, oh, we had our little beta test, in January and stuff. Like, immediately afterwards, Nomura was like, all right, we have to do like an Android test, because haha, I have an Android phone, I can't even test it yet, and it was like, oh, haha, Nomura, and so it's just like, that should be happening soon. And then nothing for almost a year. Like, getting a little close there, guys. Like, we're actively like waiting. Like, they said that they were coming back. They're like, just go to the store to get milk, and like, we're still waiting.
Yeah. But yeah, in the meantime, at least the Dark Road finale gave me a lot of fodder for video script and ideas.
Yeah. Ooh, baby, Dark Road finale. Woo! I still need to rewatch it, actually.
Honestly, that was really good. Like, I loved that was so amazing. Like, that really solidified. That gave me so much fuel just for like a lot of my ideas of like Maleficent's role in the story, and just the whole cycle of generational trauma. And that the Keyblade wielders go through, and just the whole Keyblade wielder philosophy, and it all was just so good. Just goddamn.
Who said that something happened last year that he got approval for that would change the direction of Kingdom Hearts? What do you guys think it is? I think Sora and Riku will kiss on screen, and they got the A-OK. No, actually, because I remember, like, we're really going off of like crumbs for whatever it was he said, because it was just secondhand from what people were saying when they were there. And so some were like, oh, it seemed like he was just talking about whatever, and it sounded like it could be something worse. And then he was like, oh, you don't know? Okay, I'll tell you, backstage to like Shimomura, and it didn't seem like a big deal, but then other people were saying that it seemed like some really like heavy thing or something that like changed the direction of the series, and like it basically taking it as meaning like in a bad way. And like, I personally believe that like at a fun little like event like it was, I don't think Nomura's gonna drop, hey, by the way, they shot the series in the foot and everything's fucked. Love you guys, and then he like walks off. I don't think that is. I think it's just like, yeah, something has happened, and something, he has to be vague, but
they're not gonna spoil anything.
No, of course not. But like, I just feel like that. I don't think it's gonna be anything like horrible or anything like that, but who knows, because it could be on so many different ends. Like, they are working like a fucking Rube Goldberg machine of a series, in that there are so many moving parts and pieces and things and people they gotta talk to and people they gotta go through and IPs and legalities that they have to handle, that it's like literally anything could go wrong at any fucking point. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare to deal with. And yet somehow at the end of the day, the egg rolls through that little machine and cracks Pee Wee Herman style right into the fucking pan, and we get our little breakfast of our Kingdom Hearts 4, and we go, wow, thank you, Papa Nomura. And he's just like haggard and so tired. And he's like, he gives a shaky thumbs up, So who knows? Who knows what it could be that happened? But if he's mentioning it offhand, I doubt it's anything incredibly negative. That's I feel like that's a safe assumption.
Yeah, like if it was something negative, he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place, in my opinion.
Yeah, probably not. And if it was something that was like really bad, I would not be surprised if he would be told not to say anything about it. That's also really common, depending on who it's from. Like if it's on Disney's side, I would not be surprised if they were like, "Hey, you can't say something that would make us look bad." That's a really common practice.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking from the experience of what what I learned from like the fan campaign surrounding like the Voltron's final season and the evidence that like shit was screwed over by executive meddling was that basically any kind of creative industry, like when there's a non-disclosure agreement in your contract, you have to you've got, not only are you not allowed to say certain things, to talk about certain things, but there's also sometimes in some cases a script you have to stick to. Like sometimes you have to stick to an official story.
For sure. Yep. Yeah. No, there's like some approved kind of like, okay, you have to, if somebody asks this, you have to answer this. And like, this has even been a thing that like Nomura has had to deal with, not even to anything to do with Disney, just Square and things with like Versus 13. And after things basically went to pot, I think there was like a con right around the time when this like announcement was being made. And there was some kind of panel and they had to tell everybody going in. They were like, you cannot ask him about Versus 13. Don't ask him. He can't answer. Like, this is completely off the table. You can't talk to him about it. And everyone was like, oh, okay. And like, there was some other time like down the line where somebody else mentioned Versus 13. And he was like, oh, can we talk about that now? And it's just like, oh yeah, we can mention it. We can, but like, they're not allowed to basically go into details over what happened with that fucking game. And it's just like, yeah, that's even like Square side. Like, I can't even imagine the hellhole of dealing with Disney. It's not, and you got to deal with both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on there that like, I can't blame him that like, he really can only speak in fucking riddles.
Yeah.
I think part of him enjoys it though. He's out here fucking putting hidden messages, and then when nobody notices, he's like, I put a hidden message in that nobody's doing anything about it. And then once everyone went, oh shit, there's a hidden message in here, and they figured it out in an hour. Like
or the people who figured, or people asking about, or where it's like or people were asking like vague questions about like about something mysterious, and he's like, oh, I thought it was obvious. And then just giving a clear explanation.
Yeah. Also, somebody said, can I say, Howler, thanks for your Lucian video. I never truly got him before that video. Also, that I got to be able to blow your mind with my Lushu Azula comparison. That's all.
I'm glad
that was a nice thing. I want to make sure we saw.
Yeah, I saw that. I appreciate the comment, Mel, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. I just saw another comment in chat just popped up in the chat of Nomura in the KH4 trailer interview being like, why aren't more people asking about Sora and Riku?
Yeah, that's hilarious and also just doesn't surprise me at all. It's really funny to me. Like, to me especially, like, I get it. And again, I've spoken about this to death. I'm sure people are aware, but I do just always find it really funny that like people are surprised in any capacity that like the series is just still following Sora and of course also Riku and them together in any capacity, where it's just like, well, Sora's the main character, right? But if you fail to see the importance of Riku to him and him to Riku and how their stories are completely like intertwined, however you think this is going to end up or whatever the intent may be, like the fact remains, like they are the two main characters of the series. So yeah, like, it's about them.
Yeah, they are the protagonists, and it's like I think I've always said like I can't I don't know if I ever mentioned it in like your server, but I know I've said it in like other servers before. But a lot of the fandom kind of gets confuses Kingdom Hearts having a large ensemble cast for being like an ensemble story, where it's like it's like everyone in the ensemble gets more or less equal screen time and and the story can easily rotate who's in focus and that kind of stuff.
And it's like, even in that kind of story, you can kind of have like a main guy, but like everyone is still equally important and get their own time to shine. Like I can think of more than one anime that follows that kind of storytelling, where it's like we have a whole cast and we like each person has their own importance and we are following like them to completion, kind of a thing. But
yeah, and I was also just thinking of like episodic stuff. Like one thing I always go to is like Thomas the Tank Engine, because that's like my childhood hyperfixation.
That's cute.
Yeah, my childhood hyperfixation, and one of those things where it's like it has a large older fan base that people look at weird because it's a talking train show marketed for preschoolers, kind of like how Kirby is viewed by normal fans. Or by normies, basically.
Right. Yeah. It's like, but also it's like, Thomas the Tank, that's not that far of a stretch. It's train people exist in large swaths. Like, do you think they're not going to enjoy the train show? That's like accessible by children, yes, but like it's still like a fun little series, and like it's just like, wow, like actual little trains. Like, sure, they got faces, but they're not like just like drawing a train from memory kind of train. You know?
Like one of the
specific train models. And,
they were all based on specific models, and it's like the original books that the show was based on, like actually did like do the stories based on like things that happened on railways in real life, whether like major accidents or like just everyday mishaps.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think people, you run into stuff like that where I'm like, oh yeah, it's easy. Yeah, I can absolutely see that it'd be like some kind of adult audience that's not fucking no shit, right? But like, it's shocking sometimes being reminded how like narrow of a scope people have for that kind of thing. I guess.
Where it's like if it's perceived as something
for babies.
Yeah, exactly, and that's actually something I plan on talking about next season in my videos. Yeah, it's just like
that would be great.
Yeah, because it's like the fact that like Disney, that this series is doing this whole question of what it means to be real with the whole unreality subplot of like unreality the unreality being of the question of which is more real being done with like a universe filled with kids movies. Even though Disney has Disney is enjoyable by everyone of people of all ages, but it's still kids movies versus a world that looks hyper realistic, like it's a mix of the real world, like it, and if not for like and looks like exactly like the real world, with the exception of like Yozora and like the gritty like older audience action RPG kind of elements. And so what that has to say about how society views media.
Yeah, I think it's just like, even just like on a larger commentary of like how society views media and stuff, I think even just really specifically what Kingdom Hearts is like delivering and both combating expectations wise. Like I've had this conversation before in that, you get like two camps, and you get a lot of people being like, this is a stupid game for babies. It has Disney in it. How can you take it seriously? Y'all are fucking wild out here. And then this game series, it's so complicated and so stupid. There's too much. Like, they don't know what they're doing. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Hold on. Can you back that up? Which is it? Is it too complicated, difficult for your little baby brain? Or is it for babies? Like, you don't get to have it both ways. Either it's, maybe it's somewhere in the, it's I don't know, like a more complex story that is also utilizing something that is not necessarily strictly for children, but is often assumed to only be for children, and that's kind of your own preconceptions coming in. But Nomura himself has had to comment on this in, I believe it was some Chain of Memories interviews about and they were talking about like, you know, some people talk about that like the games are they're getting a little too complex for what seems to be the target audience, which is, you know, children, right? You know, with the Disney stuff. And then he had to be like, it's not. He was like, I am not making a game series for children. Like, kids can play, and that's fine, but like I'm trying to tell a more complicated story that like utilizes these things, and so like the difficulty is like exactly at where I want it to be. Like, you just got to meet it where it is, kind of a thing. It's not trying to make it too complicated for children. It's, if anything, it's no different, though, you know, I don't necessarily like the comparison, but like any given like shonen or what have you, and that it's just like it can hit like teenage audiences, adult audiences, and like kids are gonna like Naruto, and then like adults are gonna like Naruto, and then they're gonna see probably some of the complexities in the character journeys that the children aren't gonna see, but like you know, it's also incredibly violent, but in a way that people are kind of used to, and so they're not gonna blink twice when like a kid is reading or watching and then like Sasuke's arm is blown off, and they're just like cartoons these days, you know. But like it's just something where it's just like, it just is what it is, and you just gotta go in at where it's at. But you know, that's the overall, like, just because it has Disney stuff in it, people have this assumption that if something is animated or even like stop motion or anything, that it's like, if it's not like real people, it is for children. And that drives me insane on the whole. I actually had to have a conversation with my father about this, because he knows that I've worked in like, you know, animation kind of stuff and like industry stuff here and there, but it was just like, I was trying to tell him, I was like, Dad, I know you're going to like it. You should watch Spider-Verse. It's like one of the most tightly and well-made movies that exist. And even just like, I was just pitching him like the first one. And he was telling me about, sorry, I'm going into a whole story, but like, it was very like poignant too. I was like, okay, you guys have got to drop this idea. But it was just like, oh, like apparently he was like, oh yeah, I heard about this. My brother, not his brother, but my brother had apparently been like, oh, you know, I thought, how good could it be? It's animated. It can't be as good as like live action stuff, right?
Attitude.
And then he went to see it, and then he was like, I was so wrong. I could not be more wrong, you know, about like, this was one of the best movies I've ever seen. And I had to explain to, and my dad was, because he was like, oh yeah, I understand more so now how, you know, even if it's animated, like it can still be like really good, because he'll kind of judge a book by its cover really easily. And that's kind of where the whole conversation was. But I had to explain to him that I was just like, you know, animation is like, there are no limits. You realize this, right? Like, you don't have to work within constraints outside of the physical, like you are producing it, I guess, kind of thing. But like, you know, if you can think of it, you can make it. And so it's a vessel to tell stories like anything else. And it was this kind of like a little bit of an aha moment, I guess, for my father, and just a realization that like, hey, animation can just be cool stories. It's like, you bet it can be. And it's the same thing, even with like a family-friendly brand like Disney, is like, it's a bunch of like fucking 20 to 30-something-year-olds just making a project. And they're putting jokes and things in there that aren't for kids. And it's like, they're just trying to tell the best story that they can. So it's something where it's like, you can just appreciate the art for what it is, and maybe forget that like, just because it's drawn, that it's not, you know, it doesn't have to
drawn
be for
or models or CGI models. Like as someone who's trying to start a career in the animation industry, once my even if like I still need to like build my portfolio, get my unfortunately my portfolio is not quite ready, quite at that level yet, despite my best yet. But it's just that attitude that animation's for kids, or just is lesser than live action, just offends me on a personal level.
Oh yeah, no, and that was, I had to make that clear too when I was talking. I was like, Dad, you know what I do. Like, you listen to me right now. I had to like set the record straight, and then it's just like, dude, we're just trying to make shit out here. But also the idea that like animation is only for children like severely limits the type of stories we can tell. And that's probably one of the most frustrating parts, is that there's just this huge gap between like shows for kids. And then there's fucking nothing, and then you have like Metalocalypse, and it's just like, okay. And the thing is, I like Metalocalypse, and that's not like any kind of dig at it. It's just like, oh, if it's for adults, it has to be horny, it has to be raunchy, it has to be gory, because that's adult stuff. And I'm like, I'm an adult, I just want an involved story. Please. Yes, I just want something.
Yeah, and my roommate's actually working on a YouTube video about that very pattern of adult animation and how things get pigeonholed into that, basically.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's either very extremely one or the other. And obviously, when it's all made for profit, they're also always following trends. And so a lot of the adult, quote unquote, animation all looks the same because they're forced to chase what is perceived as the current popular look. And the same can go for children's cartoons. And so on and so forth. And it just stagnates everything like crazy. And then, of course, they're all doing this and then nobody's getting paid. It's just like, wow, boo, this sucks. Bring back Infinity Train.
Yeah.
God.
And I'll link my roommate has a YouTube channel. Started a YouTube channel to talk about like animation trends and the things like why a lot of animated shows don't always get endings, or like what are good ways for ending a animated show for both serial versus episodic and stuff. And he's he's also planning on doing like videos talking about specific specific trends and stuff, like, and so my other roommates and so I'll link that in the description. I'll put a link to that in the channel description.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good thing to share. I mean, it's always something worth talking about, I feel like.
Or just say, yeah. All right.
But it's funny because like. It's funny how much, like, I was thinking just for a second that I was like, oh yeah, we got kind of off topic from Kingdom Hearts, but then at the same time, like, the very actual state of the animation industry in America directly affects Kingdom Hearts.
Yes.
And, like, what they have access to, and I'm like, oh god, everything's connected.
Yes.
Jesus. I wonder if they finished, selecting worlds. It's been a while. I would fucking hope so, but I guess sometimes like approval and shit takes time and yada yada. But
what worlds do you do you want to see? To be honest,
I have a few for like there are different. I have picks for different reasons. I'll drop like three. One, I really want to see Coco. Coco's really good.
Same.
I think it's also fitting, and I think it's practically a shoo-in. Two, it's one that while I have no personal attachment to the actual film itself, I think it would be really good, and I think Inside Out would be really, really good for what is going on right now. The third one, and this is just my personal, I wish I could see it, I don't think it's ever going to happen, I wish Roger Rabbit, and that's...
That would be hilarious.
Like, that's the pipe dream of, like, I would fucking shit bricks if Roger Rabbit got included in Kingdom Hearts. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but I still love to think about a fucking Riku and Jessica Rabbit interacting. And I always think about it. And I always think about it because I always think about her like, just like, what do you see in that guy? And she's like, he makes me laugh. And I think about Riku and I go, oh, what do you see in that guy, that goofball little dude,
Yeah, oh my gosh, yes, like that would be so good, like that would, and honestly, it would fit with the whole real versus fiction thing going on.
Also that is the thing, and like the actual like combination of like there's a cartoon world and the real world, and but it's like I feel like that one is such a mess because there's so much, and like the rights for that movie are a little.
Yeah, that's probably why it won't happen, just because of how complicated the rights are, because of all the characters and all the non-Disney cameos.
I love seeing how delayed the chat is, by the way, because then I see everybody suddenly going, "He makes me laugh."
Let me get a drink of water real quick, and then I'll share my world's list.
Yeah. Hey everybody, I see you saying Muppets. I would kill to see Miss Piggy on my TV screen with me in a party. I'd cry. I want Miss Piggy. I want Miss Piggy. She's just so beautiful. All
right,
imagine if Miss Piggy was a party member. Hi.
Oh my god, Miss Piggy. I didn't even know what I walked into, but yes, Miss Piggy.
Yeah, Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy. I would love it, because it's like, what can Kermit even do? Like, what is she's gonna like throw him, you know? Like, that's well,
yes.
But I would love it. I would adore it, because obviously Muppets are real, so they'd only be in the real world.
Yes.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
Kirby.
Yes. But yeah, okay, so
anyway.
my personal predictions for the worlds. Let me pull. I actually wrote them down somewhere.
Nice. Okay.
Let me just find where I wrote them down. All right, hang on one moment.
I'm hanging on.
So yeah, basically,
I'm so ready for you to blow me away.
So yeah, basically, Inside Out and top of my list were Inside Out. Yeah, Inside Out and Coco for the same because they're thematically relevant. Yeah, and so other ones I want to see that would Enchanted, because that would be because the whole
that's again, you've got like this fantasy world, and then you've got the real world like parallel, and yeah, that would just be really fitting.
Yeah, and then then there's like a few different ones of what were they? I definitely want to see Treasure Planet, because that's been
right, yeah.
Yeah, both because the fact that it almost made it into Dream Drop Distance means there's parallels involved that Nomura wants to include.
Yeah, that he's like at least considered.
Yeah.
Plus, everyone will kill him if he doesn't. So like the clock's ticking, you know.
Yeah, and so what I was thinking was like with the whole thing going on of like people have kind of like there's been like theories of MOM of mom being Riku's father. Right. And so that
something of that, yeah.
Or maybe like Jim and Silver as paralleling despite the fact that Silver ended up was kind of a villain who turned good at the end. It's like Silver as basically as kind of both a Mickey and Maleficent parallel show of
I think that's like a good parallel to be like parental figure, both good and bad.
Yeah,
kind of rolled into one.
Yeah, with basically Silver basically sort of representing what if representing the fact, kind of contrasting and showing how Maleficent ultimately puts herself first, while Mickey put Riku first.
Yeah. I do like to think about, just on that topic really quick, how in the novels, specifically the KH2 novel, that Riku, one, seeks out Maleficent to warn her about what was going on. Mm-hmm. And he was just I'm giving you this warning. That's it. And then at another point, we have some of Maleficent's thoughts, and she thinks about how it's just oh yeah, she treated Riku like a son and stuff, and then was it's fine or whatever, but then it still stung when he betrayed her, and so she was actually kind of hurt by it, and it's oh my god.
Yeah. That is so fascinating.
I don't know if you heard that, but
yes. Okay, so other worlds. So I finally got found the list again. So other worlds that I want to see if not in Kingdom Hearts 4, then at least in whichever Sora and Riku focused game comes after, is Moana.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because
that's a good one.
Like, Rage Form Sora as Taka.
Yeah, I also think that, especially because of the setting that they're in, they can kind of afford the room to have somewhere tropical.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Absolutely. So. And then other ones that I feel like would work in terms of the themes that they have set up so far, especially if I'm right about it being if my heroine's journey stuff is right, which the fact that Remind was like a Brooklyn Nine-Nine vindication moment is convinces me has made me confident I'm right about that. But so and so I know it's like. I personally, I'm not totally enthused about the movie, but I feel like it would fit in terms of themes as, like, Ralph breaks the internet.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree, because there is a very easy parallel, just like anything to see and like think about things that have happened to them kind of thing, where it's just like literally Ralph's insecurity and like his unwillingness to like let Vanellope go. As much as that movie is flawed and kind of embarrassing in a lot of places, I actually just really liked the message that there, even if it was ham-fisted about it in a lot of
agreed
places.
100%.
Yeah, but it was something that it's like I liked the message, because I feel like it's actually just not one you see very often, especially from the perspective of the person who is insecure. Usually, you have your protagonist, and then this person is being basically like, they are being like the antagonist by way of like, they cannot let the person go, like their insecurities, blah, blah, blah. But like, we are seeing this like from Ralph's perspective and him needing to get over it, kind of a thing. And then it's just like something that's like so common. It's something so easy for even children to like run into, and like, kid friend being jealous or whatever. And it's just like, oh, I feel like this is actually like a really good little like message, especially for like kids and even adults to like be aware of, that it's just like, please, the insecurity, it's not just like, I was sad you're gonna leave. It was like, I was really insecure in our friendship, and I thought you leaving would mean we're like not friends anymore, and I couldn't handle that.
Yeah, and like,
so it's like, it's just good. It's just a good message, even if it's wrapped in a not so good movie, but
yeah,
it would serve its purposes in Kingdom Hearts.
It would, and someone
big time.
And someone pointed out, and it also works. I just saw some comment in the chat of like, it works as like a parallel for not just for Riku in Kingdom Hearts, for Riku in KH1, but also Kairi.
Yeah, no, I think so. Like, I doubt we'd even get anything reflecting upon her, unless it is characters like it's going to be like anything to do with Kairi ever is only going to be like, if we find something out about Kairi or she's not going to be involved. It's gonna be like,
I definitely think she's only going to be like
thinking about her, or
she's going to be, I feel like she's just going to be like she's mainly gonna, I think she's at most going to be like a side plot in KH4, and if not and I don't know if she given the fact that like and it's like, I do given the fact that Nomura given the fact that like Nomura originally did want her to be playable, I do think she'll have like she'll get to like be like the main playable thing for whichever game they do that deals with like Ven's with like with untangling all the stuff that kind of ties together like the present day KH reality side of the KH universe with like the Age of Fairy Tales, with Ven's past, the search for Subject X, all that stuff. So I feel like if they do, if Kairi gets her, if Kairi does get to be playable for that, I do think that could work there. But also other ones, I think
really quick, I just want to bring in. Somebody said they've made Aladdin 2 work. They can surely make Ralph Breaks the Internet somehow good, and I'm like, you know what? You're right. They did implement Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar in KH2 as like, that was the plot of Agrabah.
Yeah, that was very bare bones, but yeah.
Yeah, they still like, they took the points that I think like mattered and like used that for the plot, so I think in that way, they can probably do the same thing for Ralph Breaks the Internet without having all of the extra horse shit we don't need. Anyway, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, next on my list is because we kind of joke about KH4 being, DDD2 Electric Boogaloo was doing a Fantasia 2000 world.
Yes. I want that so bad.
Same.
I see specifically because if they have to go any route with Fantasia, obviously they have a lot of picks they can take out of just Fantasia, right? It doesn't even have to be the whole of it. It could just be one thing. And I know people bring up the final one with the Firebird Suite and the whole, the nature and all of it. And it's so beautiful and it's gorgeous. My favorite is the Rhapsody in Blue when they're in the city, and I would probably cry little baby tears if something like that showed up.
Yeah, I don't remember the names of the songs. I just
that's okay. So the Rhapsody in Blue is the one where it's it's the whole one that's in the city, it's in New York basically.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It's just
characters.
Yeah, I remember the short. I remember the what's in each shorts. I just don't remember the titles for the songs that go with them.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I only remember some. So
yeah, so basically, the ones I think would be really cool is especially with Riku searching for Sora is the one with the ballerina and the toy soldier.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that would be a good one. I think
also,
similarly, for the same reason, I think that the Rhapsody in Blue would work because it's a lot of people. In that sense, they're all doing their own thing, but they're all existing in this same space and kind of intersecting in ways. But you could absolutely easily map that for a looking for somebody, and you're in a city. But anyway, sorry, I cut you off again.
Yeah, and so for Fantasia 2000 as not necessarily, I know it's not necessarily thematically relevant, but my favorite part of that movie is the Noah's Ark segment at the end, and so just that, and so it's not really, it doesn't really have a ton of thematic relevance to Sora and Riku, but if they can,
but I like it.
Yeah, but it's if they can fit that in somehow, that would make my inner child happy beyond words.
Yeah, I also love that part. But I just like all of Fantasia, to be fair. Let me summon a bunch of fucking flamingos and one of them's got a yo-yo, I'll be like, wahoo! I'm one guy in the audience, woo!
Yeah.
Anyway.
And so I already mentioned Enchanted. And
yes,
and then also it would probably not happen given the established KH rules with time travel, but Cinderella 3 I get a lot of Cinderella 3 vibes from a lot of the setups. A lot of the setup for KH4 is giving and things is giving me Cinderella 3 vibes. So I'm just would be awesome if they did that.
Cinderella 3 being the crux of fucking Sora remembering this Riku's sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's got time travel. It's got memory manipulation. It's got it all, baby. It's got true love in there.
Yeah, and also people, I know I've seen people talk about it. I don't on other social media stuff, but Brave.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Brave is there's a whole swath of movies from a whole period of time that was Kingdom Hearts 3's rocky development cycle, right? So there's a very large portion of movies that if so deemed relevant could just be popped in there. And I could see Brave being used, even though I think Brave as a movie has its weaknesses.
I have not actually seen it, so I can't judge.
No, really? Okay. I mean, I think on the whole, without going super into detail, I guess, it's I think on the whole it's an enjoyable movie. I think it was marketed really, really poorly. I think most people agree on that. It was marketed as a totally different movie. But it's also something that I feel it's almost kind of two different movies kind of put together in a sense, where neither of them are particularly bad, but I don't think either of them had the time to make either part really substantial, if that makes sense. But
yeah,
I know it also had a little bit of a rough development cycle, and it changed hands and directors and things. So that one, it's something that I feel it shows a little bit, but it's still enjoyable on the whole, and it's also like pretty to look at, and also Scottish, which is cool.
Yes. Also, next on my list was Princess and the Frog.
I love Princess and the Frog.
Yeah, and I also there's just that whole message of like of what you need versus of want versus need, and that would work.
And then also like learning to value like yourself and like your happiness.
Yes,
I think is also a very poignant message,
especially for Sora's arc. Yeah,
yeah, very very specifically. That one would be really really good.
Yeah,
I agree. That was something I think a lot of people were like, that was one that came out at just around the time that could have been like, will it be in KH3? We did get, Tangled. But it did not make the cut, right? But like,
yeah.
God, I would hope so, because it would be really fitting.
Speaking of Tangled, though, that next on my list was like basically going back to Corona for Tangled the series Tangled the series, because like Riku and Cassandra parallels.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that it's just like, it's like you'd have to be like actively like, you gotta be blind to be looking at this and be like, it's not gay, one of those where it's like it's so readily apparent, but then like they were also like, yeah, as like a gay person I was writing her as a gay person, like it's in the blood, it's there. If you're seeing it, it's on purpose, kind of a thing. But it's also just like, yeah, very easy parallels, even if you weren't looking at the queer angle of it, like just her struggle and like her issues, and then literally we have like sun and moon imagery and like all of this shit, so it's like that one's easy.
Yeah,
but who knows? Who knows where they stand on like actual like cartoon series as much? Because it's like, well, obviously we have DuckTales by way of like, we have like Scrooge and like Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Even though Huey, Dewey, and Louie kind of existed before, they kind of existed separately. But like most people are gonna look at any of them in any kind of conglomeration and be like, it's a DuckTales, baby. But like past that, actual like, well, no, wasn't one of the bosses in oh god, what's the Lilo and Stitch stage?
Deep Space.
Deep Space, thank you. I think one of the bosses was like something that was like from one of the little sequels.
Yeah, it was one of Stitch's cousins, one of Jumba's earlier experiments before Stitch, Sparky. So they introduced him in the pilot movie for the show, Experiment 221.
Right.
When he like that made my that made me smile a lot. Because that show was one of, other than Thomas and Winnie the Pooh and Bear in the Big Blue House, that show was one of my biggest hyperfixations as a kid.
Yeah.
So that made my day seeing it in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, and it's such a cute little, like, it's just an attention to detail of just like, we're really just troving through like the libraries of what we have available to us and trying to put like fun nods and paying like they're so respectful with the source material. It kind of drives me insane. I love it. I'm just like, God, nobody cares. Like, Disney does not care more than the Kingdom Hearts team. Like, they're out here paying better respect to their shit than they are. But I know, so that's, something that's like, okay, this is from like sequel stuff. And then even in Cucks, they had they had like new DuckTales. They had like medals from the show.
Yeah.
Which was really exciting. And I wish I had been more I wish I was into the show when those medals came out, because that would have been very exciting. And I would have tried a little harder. And I think I only ever ended up getting, I don't even think I got Scrooge. What did I get? It doesn't matter. Anyway, It's something where it's just like, they're obviously aware of the side material, but I don't know how much they're going to use them over like a movie, right? But that just really depends. That depends on like what they're looking to like showcase story-wise, like what parallels or highlights do they want to draw from whatever they're using. How easy is it for them to use the shows versus the movies? What does Disney want to allow them to do?
Yeah,
it's kind of difficult, but I would love to know if they like, also that's another one where my own personal, like, I wish this would happen forever and ever. I would love new DuckTales so bad.
Same.
Oh god, I want it so bad.
Yeah, especially for like especially like because like I'm especially thinking like Lena and like
Lena and
Riku,
Webby.
Magica, and Maleficent parallels.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then it's just like Lena and Webby just being like, man, that's gay. You guys are gay.
Yes. Also,
like,
okay.
really
and speaking
obvious.
of like Disney TV shows, there's a couple other shows on my list. But before I give my next Disney Disney thing I want to see in Kingdom Hearts, I do want to say I saw a few people talking about wanting to see like Max Goof in the Kingdom Hearts. My personal headcanon is that Kingdom Hearts takes place before Max Goof is born, because you cannot tell me that Goofy as a single father would have left Sora alone in Hollow Bastion.
I also think that, like, even if, like, Max was, like, okay, like, he's so involved and loving as a parent that even if it's, like, duty calls, it's, like, I just feel like there'd be conflict in him leaving Max for that long, kind of a thing. And so I can definitely get behind it. Like, I would kill a man to have a Goofy movie involved in some way, because I love that movie so much. Even if there were just nods to it, but like the actual like inclusion or involvement of a Mr. Maximus Goof, it does kind of like conflict with some things, and like Nomura cares too much about that kind of shit to like let that fly.
Exactly.
You know, or just be like, how am I going to explain Goofy being a bad father and disappearing for over a year? You know?
Yeah.
It's just not gonna happen. Baby cat is in a box. Big news. Oh, he got out. Never mind.
Oh my god. But getting back to my TV show to my shows I want in Kingdom Hearts bit.
Yes.
So another one on my list is Gargoyles, because I've like both because there were rumors and because also just the whole like gargoyles being feared because they're different, and kind of tying that can kind of, and how that kind of can, you know, and that whole prejudice and discrimination thing can be tied back to, you know, the queer, like, you know, because, you know, similar issues
very easily. Yeah.
Exactly. And actually, and I just have the mental image, and so I just have the mental image of like either Gargoyle Riku and human Sora, or both of them as gargoyles, and it's like and them just like petting each other's hair because like, and not even understanding the implications, because like part of the lore of gargoyles from the creators is that like in gargoyle culture, hair stroking is the equivalent of making out.
They're like, geez, guys, get a room.
Like, yeah, like it was literally a whole thing where it's like because it's like in the 5-part pilot where it's like Elisa was like hanging to Goliath's back for like their first flight together, and she just like ran her fingers through his hair, and just like he and Hudson were just like looking awkwardly at each other because they're like, she's human, she doesn't understand what she's doing.
Yeah. She doesn't know.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
Yeah, and also Amphibia is one I really want to see in Kingdom Hearts, even if it probably isn't possible, because that show is literally just KH1 Destiny Trio in a nutshell. Like Marcy as Kairi, Sasha as Riku, and as Sora. Like that is it is just, they are Destiny Trio coded.
Yeah. No, it's true, and it's also, I think, a good example of you can have that kind of three-way like dynamic, and then actually focus on it and tell the story and have all the characters involved and important, unlike a certain series where it seems like if you just want a comparison, even of like, oh, they're just bad at doing this, like even within the same series, I think the Wayfinder trio is much better written as like an actual trio and how involved and important they are to each other. But there are also other similar stories, you know, of like Amphibia, where it's just like you can draw clear parallels and everybody having their own journeys and growth and etc., and be like, yeah, here it is done like with purpose and successfully, and that's why I see this, and I see it succeed in even other parts within Kingdom Hearts that I don't think that's what they're trying to do with the quote Destiny Trio at this point. I'm sorry, I don't think it's just oops, they did an oopsie, they did a bad, you know. I'm just like, it's like been 20 years of this, you guys. I'm pretty sure they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
But,
and also
anyway.
Yeah, and the last and like one of the last shows on my list for Disney is I really want to see them like go back to do another Tron World, specifically to kind of get some closure on the whole Rinsler reaching out for Sora thing in Dream Drop Distance, and in the process maybe tie back into like Tron Uprising and get and find out like what happened to those characters, because it's like that would just make me so happy. Because that show was unfairly canceled before its time.
I still need to watch it very bad.
It is amazing.
I remember you said, and then it was like, yeah, we'll do some kind of group watch, and like every time it happened, I was like not available. And I was like, well, I guess I have to watch it on my own time.
Yeah.
But, I still need to go and finish watching it. I remember watching it sporadically as it came out, but just speaking of series that got axed, that were just too good to be true, Motor City was one of those, where that show was like too fucking like, it was so fun and also so wonderfully like directed and animated, and like the actual art style of it was like fantastic. I'm not sure it could have any necessarily place. Well, anything can have a place in Kingdom Hearts, but I'm just thinking about it and I'm like, now that is a show that was killed way too soon. But
yeah, anyway. They even got canceled at the same time as Tron Uprising too.
Yeah, because they were happening around like, because it was around that time. That's why I was like reminded of it, because it's like, oh yeah, Tron, and then it was like, oh yeah, I was in college, and then Motor City was happening at the same time, and there was a lot of my friends being like, oh, you'd love this, and I was like, yeah, I need to watch it, and it turns out I'm just bad at doing things, so like I never finished watching it. I just watched some of it. But yeah, no, it whips ass. It's really cool. Anyway.
Yeah, and so then, all right. So back to movies on my list of stuff for future Kingdom Hearts. Is one I definitely want to see, is like trying to do for a while, is Jungle Book. Like they tried doing it in KH1, they tried doing it in Birth by Sleep. I really want to see them finally get Jungle Book into Kingdom Hearts.
See, I feel nothing about the Jungle Book. Not that I even dislike it. I just feel very neutrally towards it. So I'm just like, if it happened, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm like, That's about it. I have nothing to add to that conversation other than I'm sure they could find some way to bring parallels in.
Oh, I already wrote down some parallels. Like I kind of figured out like there's actually some parallels of like how like you can make parallels between between Mowgli at the end in the second, because like the whole between like Mowgli and Sora and Donald and Goofy and Baloo and Bagheera, because it's like, as you know, the gay animal dads.
Yeah, exactly. Gay animal dads, very specifically.
Yeah, but like, but yeah, and it's like, I think. But yeah, it's like I was seeing like, oh hey, like Mowgli in the Jungle Book, it's like he tries to stay in the jungle and be a kid, but eventually has to grow up, but eventually accepts that he has to grow up and leave and leave what specifically is when he realizes it is when he meets a pretty girl at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
So I saw kind of some parallels between between like Sora deciding he's okay in being stuck in the realm of darkness for the rest of his life, as long as he's with Riku and stuff. So like the possibility of them staying in Quadratum at the end of the series, and also
or even if they used a moment like that, and I would probably lose my mind if they did, and I think that would be really, really interesting, and even like. If they used a moment where it's just like, oh, and Mowgli sees a pretty girl and like, it draws him into the village kind of a thing, where he's like, okay, maybe I do want to go see what's going on in there, but like, even if it was just the like, and Sora being presented with like seeing this kid very clearly like drawn to like this girl, and he's like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get that kind of a thing of like, even if it's just literally him having to examine something and maybe realizing. I doubt from just that he would like have a full realization, but it's something that could so easily be like here's a boy who likes a girl, and just like getting the gears turning as he's like thinking about it, and how maybe he doesn't feel like, she's like, shouldn't it just be like, I just like Kyrie or something, and like I just don't feel like I'm not this. I don't get it, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, it would be like a good like time for that if they were to delve into that more explicitly, but who the fuck knows about that? But you know, I think that's just an interesting like thing to explore at the very least.
Yeah, and I definitely
Anyway.
and part of my desire to see Jungle Book return show up in Kingdom Hearts eventually is it was one of my favorite Disney movies as a kid, so just like wanting to finally see them
Would love to see it.
Exactly. Speaking of which, next one on my list is Atlantis. Speaking of favorite movies, Atlantis, because like Riku and Kida parallels, and and just this whole, and just like Keyblade War Fall of Atlantis parallels and stuff like that, and also and like we mentioned Treasure Planet and also Encanto, because you know
Sora like an obvious one,
yeah, exactly, the Luisa the Luisa parallels, the Mirabelle parallels. God, so many parallels in that movie.
Yeah. I mean, just generally the whole of like being valued for what you have to contribute versus being valued simply as the person that you are.
Yeah.
And on the whole, I think is like the important like takeaway, as well as like Sora is supposed to be the average bear. You know, he is supposed to be a regular old kid.
Yeah.
And like to him, he has really nothing to contribute outside of his connections with other people. Like those people are the only way or thing that enables him to do what he does in his own eyes. And it's much the same for Mirabelle. And so it's like, it's this like, oh, you're just like a person, you know, but capable of so much more because you are who you are, not your gift kind of a thing. And like, while obviously he does have, you know, magical powers and all this whatever shit that's like a convention of like the universe he is within, like even within that universe, he is still just some guy, you know, he's just a guy in the right place at the right time, loved by the right people kind of a thing. It could be anybody. That's kind of the idea behind it, right? But like, I think that that's something that would be a good thing. Like there are many aspects of Encanto very specifically that I think that would be like good for him to see, whether it's just relating with like Mirabelle and like how hard she works and what she tries to do to even just keep step with other people, and he can see how he tried to do that with Riku so much as they like grew up kind of a thing.
Yeah, like honestly, that song. Yeah, the song "Waiting on a Miracle" is just so Sora coded.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a really good one. And then there's also like, even, you know, obviously seeing his own issues and then like being valued for what he can do.
Yeah, and surface like, pressure, like that is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's so much there that would be good for him very specifically. And also, I like the movie, so I would like to see it.
Same. On another note, speaking of what we said about Wreck-It Ralph 2 as kind of a flawed movie, I do think I did see like way back in 2019, I did end up seeing Frozen 2 in theaters, and while I do have issues with the movie, I did see a ton of potential Sora and Riku parallels.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of shit that's easy to dig into in that movie that you could like. It's if Nomura is not forced to stringently adapt the movie
like he was with Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts 3,
if he is not stringently like forced to adapt the movie, there are a lot of ways to easily take pieces and parts, themes, and even like things that happen and explore, because it's like that's how a lot of the old worlds like worked anyway, where it's like you are just here and you're kind of here for something else, and there are like movie beats happening within the world but not necessarily the movie. And I think that that's something that would take great advantage of that, where you could use a lot of aspects and things from the movie while having an interesting world to explore or do whatever you have to within, without having to, you know, railroad a kind of not perfect movie in the game. So
But speaking of sequels, next one on my list is Lion King 2, because that's one I really think could work.
I just rewatched Lion King 2 like last week.
Perfect timing.
It was just so funny because it's like my partner like watched it obsessively as a kid, as kids do, right? And so did my pal Gemma, and they were just both like, I watched it I had the VHS tape. Me too. And I'm like, well, now we gotta watch it. And so we had to rewatch Lion King 2. And yeah, that conversation even came up then, where it'd just be like, wow, wouldn't this be great?
Yeah.
And hey, look, we got Aladdin, Return of Jafar. We can get anything.
Yeah.
We could get an actually good sequel. That'd be pretty cool.
All Marcy got out of Frozen 2 what was that it was just Riku the movie, and same.
Yeah.
God,
that movie fucking... did you ever watch the behind the scenes for Frozen 2? Like that
I saw GIFs and snippets of it, but not the full thing. But enough to get there was a lot of behind the scenes issues.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was bad.
Yeah.
It was absolute, because I didn't finish watching it. I think there were like, I want to say maybe there were like 6 episodes or something, and I watched like the first 3, and I just happened to stop, and there was no reason. I didn't come back. I just kind of forgot. It just kind of fell off, right? Mm-hmm. But like, it was something that was just like, just watching how scrambled this process was. It was insane. Like the fact that like when we got a trailer for Frozen 2, that first trailer we got, everything in that trailer was all they had rendered of the movie. That was it. That was all they had.
Yeah, I remember that. And then that was like, so insane.
Yeah. And then the movie was like, it's coming out in 6 months. And they're like, oh, so they have to make the whole movie in 6 months. And while they were going in, they still had major story decision plot points that they had not decided upon, like at all. So the whole, like, the voice that was calling Elsa the whole time, they were like nearing the end and they still had not decided who that was supposed to be. And it's just like, you have to be kidding me. You cannot be this far in and not know what, like, that's something that, like, this is supposed to seal in an overarching, like, message or theme that you wanted to convey through this story, and they could not decide on who or what they wanted that voice to be. They kept toying with this song and they kept throwing shit at the wall, and they almost cut it entirely until they eventually decided on it being like her mom, kind of, you know what I mean? And like they kind of tried to shift focus into being like, oh, their parents and their parents' involvement, and also generational, like, hey, being responsible for like the shit that your family has done. Yeah, exactly. And like, but they kind of pivoted into something, but everybody could kind of tell that was half-hearted, and it was because it was them trying to make it work up until the very end of it. And that's probably one of the things that drives me the most insane, because that's just like basic storytelling. This is like, okay, you know, this is the call. This is her call to action. This is the thing that's literally calling her into the unknown, you know?
Yeah, and it's like
stuff. And then it's like, what is waiting for her out there? And then they're like, we'll find out when we get there. I'm like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
my God.
Oh my gosh. It's like, especially because it's like, from a story structure standpoint, watching the movie, it felt like the back half of a heroine's journey, like, you know, awakening to feelings of spiritual heredity, descent, all that, except it kept switching whether it was supposed to be Anna or Elsa on that journey. Like, it's like some things never changed was like peak the protagonist trying to cling to the status quo, and all that, and Next Right Thing is just like a total descent song, and just like, but like it just kept flipping between like, is this Elsa's journey, is this Anna's, and it's like
they kind of don't really settle on either, you know.
Exactly.
What I mean? Like it's that same where it's like they have too many little like bits and pieces, and it's like two halves of shit that it's not one cohesive whole. And it's like that same thing with like Brave, where it's just like one half of a different story and then another half is another kind of story, and you're like, oh, okay. This is kind of strange shift here, and then neither one really gets the proper momentum it needs. And I think Frozen 2 much has the same problem, where it's just like they didn't know they had no idea what to do with fucking Kristoff. They shelved that guy something fierce. And it was just like they just had no fucking clue what to do with them. Oh god, that movie is so strange. I like the songs though.
Yeah, the songs are great, and there's a lot, and there are some good fun. There are some fun moments, to the movie that make it entertaining to watch. But as a cohesive plot, it's just kind of it's just structural. A lot of structural issues. But
it's something where I think the first movie also had a lot of. That movie has so many issues, just Frozen. But the thing is that Frozen had higher highs as much as the movie lacked cohesion in a lot of ways. But like Frozen 2 was a little more like, sure, it's a little more like paced out, a little more even, I guess. But it didn't have any of those high points like Frozen did. Like they didn't have a Let It Go, you know what I mean? Like Into the Unknown is cool, but like it's not Let It Go.
And like the credits and it's like the credits, and honestly the credits version of Into the Unknown is my favorite version, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Personal pet peeve. I gotta put it out there. I hate that when Elsa is going through the memories and she sees herself singing "Let It Go" and she's like embarrassed about it. Fuck you. You should embrace it. You were embracing it in the song. That's what the song was about. I'll kill you. It's just it's like the. God, they're like desperate need to be like, we're in on the joke, guys. We get it. It's so annoying, right? And I'm like, don't do that. Don't just let it be what it is.
That's
like,
why,
you're
like,
not my friend, you know. Sorry, I continue.
I was saying, like, that's why, like, you know, the lack of that kind of those kind of moments in Kingdom Hearts is always something I appreciate. Like, as much as the way.
The lack of bathos.
Exactly. Yeah. As much as the acting in some scenes makes me cringe on occasion, it always takes itself seriously, and the fact that it does is something I admire.
Like it takes its emotional beats wholesale. It doesn't do anything to try and like, you know, like pull the rug out from under it or anything like that. And it still has a sense of humor about itself and its characters and stuff like that. It's fine, but it doesn't try to sell itself short at the same time. You don't see Sora like revisiting some memory where he said, you know, my friends are my power. And then Sora's like, all right, guys. And he looks into the fucking camera and I punch my fist through the screen.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of like, yeah, like he meant it. And it was like impactful and important. And they just let it be what it is. And that's like its strongest aspect, is that like it doesn't matter how silly some things are, or even how some things are like awkwardly translated or just not great dialogue here and there, or just in like, but at the end of the day, people 20 years later are still bawling their eyes out over the series because they care so much about the characters, and not just because of like, oh, I'm fond of them because of 20 years. Like I came in like suddenly with most of the series in my lap and I was crying because it's just emotionally earnest. It just plays its scene straight and well. It's not just they do it and they don't like fucking wince when they do it. It's like very well composed emotional storytelling, and they just let it be what it is.
Yeah.
And then I cry.
Yeah. And then
I cry, and then I watch Blank Points, and I fucking bawl my eyes out.
Yeah, and then Licorice said that it speaks to the talent and ability of the people working on it, that Frozen 2 ended up as good as it did, and the fact that that is definitely kudos to the people who worked so hard on it for giving it their all as much as they did. Yeah. On a lighter note, though, I do next on my Kingdom Hearts World Disney World wish list is Incredibles.
Yeah, baby. Okay, not Incredibles 2 though, but yeah, Incredibles.
I mean, either one. I mean, I feel like I'm one of the few people who enjoys Incredibles 2. But also like I feel like either movie works. I feel like either movie would work with Kingdom Hearts.
I think the general consensus has been that even if the movie is bad, there's definitely things to be taken from the movies. And even with Incredibles 2, I enjoyed a lot of parts of it. I just think after like ruminating on it some more, I was like, there's some stuff that's like not so well thought out, I guess. But like The Incredibles, just the first is like it's what a classic, or what a perfect movie. Like that's just been one of my favorites for a very long time. But I think that, like, honestly, they could even take some kind of, like, in between, like they did with Toy Story, if they so desire.
Yeah,
like,
that could be...
Yeah, even though technically Incredibles 2 happens, like, immediately after. It's, like, the end of Incredibles, and then we are in Incredibles 2. So I guess, I don't know where you could set that, but it's, like, I could definitely see it being somewhere where they don't have to necessarily strictly dedicate themselves to one or the other. Who knows? There's a lot that they can do there, but I also just love The Incredibles and would love to see it.
Same. And yeah, like my stance on in my opinion on the sequel is that while I can understand why some people may not like certain elements, I enjoyed enjoyed the movie, and I like loved the original, and I was just so excited to finally like see what happens to the characters after the first one ends, that I sorry the issues that other people have with the movie just do not personally bother me with when I watch Incredibles 2 or think about it.
Yeah. If there's one thing I had to say, please do not include that intense flashing that they had the first time. Like, please. Yeah,
that is one thing I will at least criticize on is they should have.
That's something where that was way too much. Like, I understand it's like it's a cool effect, but people really take for granted how much everybody forgets their roots. They forget the Pokemon Porygon scare, okay? They forget all of the kids who had seizures induced because of a flashing Pokemon episode, and it swept the world in fear. Like, you can't let go. Those people didn't go anywhere, okay? The photosensitivity didn't just go away. You don't get to have this intense, extended flashing sequence. You know what I mean? You don't get to just have that for free. So that's one thing where I'm like, but maybe not. Maybe don't do that. But
yeah.
But I don't know. Either way, I would love to see The Incredibles just involved. Because I think they would also, just on the whole, they would be very fun party members. You could do anything with literally any of them.
Yeah, and also Edna Mode.
Yeah. Oh, please. I love her. I would love to see her. I would like to have it. What if she made Sora an outfit? I think that would be great.
Yeah, like I've read a few fics where she turns out she knows Ericus and like designs Keyblade armor.
Oh yeah, something like that. Or I swear to God, she just like knows Scrooge or some shit like that, where it's just like, yeah, okay. She would be somebody who would be, like, aware of, like, a larger universe somehow and, like, being able to keep it to herself kind of a thing. Because it's not what she's about. She's here. She wants to make, super suits. She wants to do her art and things. She's like, yeah, okay, sure. But, like, does that help me here? No? Okay, then I don't care.
Yeah. Speaking of Pixar movies, though, I do have Finding Dory on my worlds list because, necklace theory, like Dory parallel, with all the memory shenanigans and Dory parallels.
I think Finding Dory was it was just a solid movie. I have like no complaints about that movie. I just thought it was like, you know what, this is a good time. Didn't try to be anything more than it was. Perfectly okay.
Yeah.
Finding Dory is an okay movie.
I really enjoyed the movie.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. Like, I didn't feel super strongly about it, but I enjoyed it. And I wasn't like, there was nothing that like offset me or like being like, I don't really like this or that. I was just like, this is nice. You guys didn't fuck it up. That's great. And then that's about it.
One of my primary judgments around when it comes to watching a movie, my tiers of judgment when it comes to my enjoyment of a movie is I rank it on a scale of hate it and never want to see it ever again and will like block content for it on social media on site to to I enjoy this so much that I enjoy watching it, that I enjoy repeat viewings and want to have it on my DVD shelf.
Right.
And so Dory and so while it's not as like high on the and so it's like kind of, and so Finding Dory for me is kind of mid to low end of the own on DVD bracket, to be honest.
Yeah, if I had to put it like 1 to 10, I'd put it like at a 6 or 7. At least not in terms of strictly its quality, just about that's how I feel about it. Where I was like, it's a solid movie, but I don't have any personal like investment in it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's about there where it's a competent, good movie. If somebody were to ask me, should I watch this, I'd be like, yeah, you'll have a good time. You know, that's about. Yeah. I'm like,
yeah, it's not anything. It's not like It's not like earth-shattering or world-changing, but it's a great. But it's still they still put a lot of effort and a lot of thought and effort and care into it.
It's also funny because it's like it would be Finding Dory, but we still haven't really gotten like Finding Nemo in general, and so it's like, would they jump just to Finding Dory? Would they put themselves somewhere just within the world of Finding Nemo and involve the cast some way in an original story, as Pixar tends to want them to do? I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. And I also have a couple more Pixar worlds on my list.
Yeah. Yep.
I think someone mentioned it in chat earlier, but definitely Luca.
Oh my god. Okay, yes! Luca is another. I've had like my 3 sets of just like, I definitely think this is going to happen, Coco. I think that this is one of the more relevant movies, Inside Out. And then my own personal like pie in the sky hope being Roger Rabbit, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I love Luca so much that it's something that I'm like, I sure hope it didn't, like, it came out, I feel like maybe just in time between it coming out and us getting news for KH4 and then finding out that they were picking worlds, that I'm like, please put Luca. It's too easy. It's so easy.
And hey, Nomura, I remember like didn't Nomura say he got inside access to Frozen before it released? So
yeah, he did.
So like,
and he basically selected it before. He was just like, I hope it does well. I'm putting it in my game. And it's like, wow, gee, it was fucking Frozen, you know?
Yeah.
But he definitely like gets access to things, especially for the purpose of, you know, what he works on. But even so, like, I feel like even if he didn't see it early, I feel like by the time it was available, I feel like it's just enough in that window of time that it could show up. And I would scream and pee and cry if it did. I would love that. It's just one of those things where it's like, I remember watching it. I was watching it with Claude, and we were both just like, no fucking way. Like, this is too on the nose. It's too easy. It's too easy. Like, the Soriku parallels in here are so strong. You can, like, cut it with a knife. But then also it's just like, just the movie itself and just being like, wow, the gay allegory of this film, even though the director himself said that while this was definitely brought to everyone's attention and people working on the movie thought, wow, this is really gay. Like, the director himself was like, oh, I was basing a lot of this on like times as like for me when I was a child, and like I had a friend that was very much like Alberto, and then like, you know, like it's kind of very like reflective of like stuff that I was doing as a kid, and that's kind of what it's about. And then I'm sitting there like, who's going to tell him it's really gay? Like, I'm sorry that like maybe you should think about some things a little bit, but like, but on the whole though, it's just like, even other than that, like literally every single person like on the cast, a part of like the crew, all of this stuff, they're like, this shit's pretty gay. Woo!
Yeah.
And even then, just the easy like allegory of just like, they are sea monsters and people do not like them and they have to hide who they are. And then they have literally an outing scene.
Yeah.
Where Luca like defensively like goes along with it. And he's like, sea monster, you know, and it's so just like, oh no, it's too real. It's so real. It's like the safety and just being like, yeah, that guy's gay. Ew, you know, and it's just like the rejection on his face, and he's just so like, it's oh, what a good movie. Anyway, it's something that it's like, even if it weren't just like, wow, it's really gay, it's like, it'd be really easy to just simply have a queer reading on it, like, just for the subject matter in the movie by itself. But then it's all of it. So I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It would be a really, really easy one to put in for very obvious parallels to get either one of them, either Sora or Riku, like, thinking about things. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't think there's much that Riku has to think about. I'm pretty sure he knows how he feels about things.
Yeah.
But even just seeing with, oh shit, what's her name?
Julia? Or...
There we go. I was like, I was sitting there, I was like, and I just couldn't remember her name. Anyway, Julia, even just to see like, oh, Julia, like she's even got like red hair, and it's so like, and she's so sweet, and she's like really just being friends with Luca, but it's like so painfully obvious, so easy. Again, it's so easy, you know? It's just like the source of jealousy, and like it's not her fault at all, and it's like just something for even just Riku to be like, oh, you know, he's just like, oh god. To think about, but also even for Sora, if he were to see Alberto and then like to see Riku in him and like start to maybe think about more of like Riku's perspective or what he was going through, because he doesn't fully understand what was going on. So there's so many angles. There's so much.
Yeah, so many different ways they could use that. All right, and then last Pixar movie on my Kingdom Hearts wish list is Turning Red. Like, like, personally, I liked the movie, but it wasn't like a huge favorite. But just the parallels between like May trying to like between May's arc and Sora's insecurities and all that, just and the whole metaphor and the whole darkness becoming stronger. The more you try to run, the more you like try to push it away.
Try to push it down.
Yeah.
So like hiding like your real feelings and stuff, and then just having to deal. With that. Also, I loved Turning Red. I loved that movie. I thought it was so fun. That was one where like that's like personal, like just I enjoyed that movie so much. Personal favorite kind of thing. Like both, like I was like Luca and then Turning Red, and I was like, damn, I'm fucking getting everything I want. This rules. Do you think they'll talk about periods in Kingdom Hearts? Are they that brave?
Probably not. Or I mean, who knows?
Who knows? It's something where it's just like May is in school and like May's mom is like, you need to bring these to her, and it's like pads, and he's like, because she would, you know, it's something
she would, yeah,
like to her. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, and then honestly, final thing on my list was like, is I know people kind of already assume it's a given because of the trailer. Everyone spotted like the foot of that one Imperial tank, but like I do kind of think that there's a lot of potential for Star Wars
I agree.
Yeah, except I even have 3 different Star Wars properties on my list actually, because of just the different parallels involved.
Right. I think this came up because like Clone Wars is always a strong one to look to. But I think even just genuinely like the third movie, which is what it looks like it would.
Yeah, it looks like Return of the Jedi. It's just...
Yeah. That like I think that's like if they were to pick anyone, like that would be the one.
Yeah, if they have to go, if they have to go with one of the live action ones, it would be that I would prefer it. That's the one that makes the most sense in terms of themes, because like, you know, Vader and Sora comparing Luke forgiving Vader to Vader with himself forgiving Riku, and you know, hopefully, and you know, some of us, and as some of us like to joke, hopefully like the Sora
reveals.
Hopefully the you have a sister reveal.
Yeah. Oh wow, you remind me of Kairi. Just like that would kill me. That would be
same,
so funny.
but same. So yeah, if they have to go with a live action Star Wars, that's the one that makes the most sense. But I would really prefer they do one of the animated shows instead, because because the Clone Wars and Rebels are some of my favorite shows, and Clone Wars was what inspired me to like make animation to like try and pursue animation as my career and study it, and like that's what I wanted for my degree and all that. And so it's like looking back, there's just so many parallels, like Sora's especially because especially with like now that like the Clone Wars final season is out, like how like Ahsoka was in denial about Anakin's ability fall to the dark side for 15 years, and Sora still being in denial that Riku did anything in KH1 willingly, and even like the Maleficent.
He did. He must have had a reason, of course,
Exactly. And the Maleficent and Darth Maul parallels that I mentioned in my Maleficent video, where it's like they both were like defeated early on, but came back and found that and were trying to carve out a place for themselves when in a universe that had moved on without them.
Yeah.
And the finale of the finale of Rebels had so many parallels to had so many potential parallels to what's going on into KH4, where it's like at the finale it had Ahsoka, had Sabine and Ahsoka looking for Ezra, who had basically launched himself into the unknown to take out the head of the Imperial forces occupying his planet. And so it's that kind of would work as a parallel for Riku searching for Sora, and also the fact that Ezra had two different mentor figures two adults trying to make them to be mentors to him, one good, one evil, as Maleficent and Mickey parallels.
Yeah. I wish I had more to contribute because I've watched. Clone Wars goes on a lot longer than I remembered it going on because my pal was watching it. And I was like, damn, still going, huh? I remember watching, but I basically watched it when it was on TV. So did I. Have a much more, I had a much more limited out of sequence kind of, experience with, but even then they kind of designed it so you could pick it up at any point. As
exactly.
Most shows are at that point. But I don't have working knowledge of it as much. And then Rebels, let's see boy. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's the one. It has a guy. I want to say he's kind of cat-like and also gay. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
I think Zeb. I think. Let me pull up. Let me see.
Zeb. There we go.
Zeb.
Yeah. Zeb. I know this because another friend of mine is really into it and really hit into him and the guy he is basically married to or whatever, and I'm like, okay,
Callus,
this is what I got.
Yeah, let me pull up a picture. Let me pull up a picture so everyone can see. Hang on.
It's something where it's they are basically short of just said that they are married in the show. They just haven't said it. You know what I mean? Where I think it's I guess, I don't know, spoilers. I'm talking out I have very tangential knowledge of this, but I think they kind of raise a kid together and are living together, and
that is that is kind of a fan headcanon thing.
Okay. No, because I remember people talking about it when people were excited he was showing up in another show. And
he cameoed in season. Stuff. Yeah, he had a one scene guest appearance in season 3 of The Mandalorian in live action.
Yeah. Okay. And people were really, really stoked about it. Again, this is all shit I have secondhand knowledge of. Just to be clear, I see it through my friend who is into them, and I go, all right, I'm picking things up here and there,
But I have the screenshot. I have the window display on the screen now.
That guy.
Yeah, Zeb Aurelios. Yeah, he basically ends he basically had this rivalry with this one Imperial agent who had been a soldier stationed on Zeb's home planet when the Empire committed genocide against Zeb's people, and so he had to kind of And so he had to kind of, and so the agent Callus had to realized over the course of the series, the Empire doesn't really care about him as much as he cares about it, and so he eventually defects, and so it's like they have like an episode where it's like the two of them are just trapped in an ice cave together, and it is so gay that that it literally got the voice actors like to start shipping them, and then in the finale and it's like around the same time, and like in that same season as the ice cave, Zeb found out that his people that there were survivors of his people who had managed to find like a lost colony planet for their people or something that was off the Empire's maps where they could live in safety and recover, and so he basically, and so after Callus had redeemed himself by helping the rebellion, like they kind of end in the epilogue. They show in the epilogue of Zeb moving to the planet and bringing Callus with him, and his voice actor's reaction tweeted in the aftermath of that of the finale airing. He's like, "Looks like I got my man."
That's so funny. Okay, because I knew they like moved to some planet together, basically. Like that's about all I knew. And then like somebody mentioned like, yeah, raising some kid together or whatever. And I'm like, okay, if that's the fainted part, that makes sense. But
yeah,
like,
the kid is the
fact that. Yeah. Like, but otherwise, I knew that they were trapped in ice together because my other friend who had been watching through Clone Wars and then was watching through Rebels and then was just like, oh, I'm starting to see why people ship this. I was like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. But anyway, I don't know, gay people, woohoo! But otherwise, I don't know really jack or shit about Rebels other than just that. That's all I know. Those guys.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's my list of king. And also, and probably not going to happen because it's another game, because it's because of the difficulties of including a world based on another video game. But I also think like the Wasteland from Epic Mickey would work would fit on a meta level.
Yeah. I think that'd be really interesting because it's something that, I mean, it is a Disney property at the end of the day. So I feel like there are leniencies they could try to do something, but it's like the loopholes they have to go through, because like that was that's like Epic Mickey is like a series, or at least a couple games that are also made entirely by like a different company, even if it is Disney's IP, and so things get really messy in that regard. But it still would be cool, and even if they could do that, I do hope that Nomura gets his wish of getting to use Oswald, because that would just be really interesting, seeing if they did not let him before. But the point being, he wanted to, so that's still on the table. Like, I never played Epic Mickey, and otherwise I had I have no specific attachment to Oswald or anything. But
honestly, I love him because of Epic Mickey.
That's how it is for a lot of people that I've seen, where it was just like, a lot, because especially when it was coming out, it came out on like the Wii, and a lot of kids are playing the Wii, and then suddenly this is their first introduction to even the idea of Oswald, or the knowledge that he ever existed in the first place, because they did not have access to him at all for a very long time.
Yeah.
So it's something that it's just like, well, yeah, it's not just, oh yeah, there was a guy before Mickey, he was a rabbit, his name was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and the people are like, wow, I love him so much. It was like they had a context, there was a game, and the game kind of presented this whole thing where it's like, yeah, Mickey is kind of living this whole life that like Oswald never got to have, and like he's living in this whole other world, and whatever. It's just, there's a bunch of shit going on, so it's like people got really attached to Oswald, even if it was just through that game. But I think even just as like a legacy thing, it's just like when you're utilizing like the entire like grand library of Disney IPs, to use somebody like Oswald, I think would just be a really cool thing to do.
Absolutely.
I think it would be. I would love to see whatever he has to do with it, basically, whatever ideas he had, if it's still applicable. That is, because now we're in such uncharted waters. We don't know what the fuck is. We were like, how are they even gonna get to other worlds if it's even functioning the same way? We have literally no fucking clue how this is gonna work. So it's hard to know like what does and doesn't apply. Like, I don't think it's going to be so different. that, like, you know, people throwing into question, are we even going to get Disney IPs? I think, yes, we definitely still are. It wouldn't be Kingdom Hearts without it, even if it's like really specific IPs that would fit with the world in some capacity or whatever. But like, it's just something that's like, we're just in such an unknown territory that it's really hard to know what exactly is on the table for what purpose. Because maybe Oswald was something that he could have used in the context of KH3, and I'm sure he could probably find some way to implement him in KH4, but who the fuck knows, because we know so little.
Yeah. And so that's basically my entire list for like what I want to see in Kingdom Hearts, either in KH4 or whichever games come after.
Yeah. See, you had a whole fucking list. I was like, all right, I got my boiled down, I got my top 3. I was like, bing, bang, boom.
Yeah, I basically, I never do anything by I love making lists, to be honest, so I just will, like, any excuse to make a list out of something, I will take it.
Hey, look, I wrote an entire, like, document just for, like, the movies relevant to Kingdom Hearts. Like,
I remember.
Organize information. It's fun.
Yeah.
But it's just funny that I was like, oh yeah, oh right, all these. I was so ready. I had shotgunned my answer, and
yeah.
And there was so much more to discuss. How could I forget to bring up Luca very specifically? That's one of the other ones that I want to see really, really bad. So.
Honestly, and did we already discuss Marvel possibilities? Honestly, I am not a fan of I do not think there's any really.
I don't want it.
Yeah, personally, I'm in the position of I don't really want it like Star Wars is already a bit of a stretch because of how expansive the lore is.
Yes.
But. Marvel on top of Star Wars would be like so much like trying to compress multiple franchise universes with their own set complex lore into on top of the existing Kingdom Hearts lore. It's too much, and I don't really think a lot of the Marvel stuff people want to see is really gonna fit with the themes of what's going forward with Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it's something too that it's just like on top of just general Marvel fatigue that people have been encountering, as a lot of the movies, especially they've been coming out, have gotten a little more schlocky in, like, not that you can't enjoy a schlocky movie, but I mean, they're not so good, and then also, you know, all of the, like, artists are being paid, like, fucking nothing.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing where it's just like, if you were to take anything from Marvel, if you were to focus up to a point of, like, Avengers general, and just in very narrowed scope, I don't want it, but I'm trying to think of like anything that could work, or just generally Spider-Man as a concept.
Like,
It doesn't have to be Marvel Spider-Man specifically, though it probably would be if it has to be under Disney's umbrella, because
speaking of which, because I actually feel like Spider-Verse, especially the second one, would be perfect for the themes that in Kingdom Hearts 4. Like the parallels between the Spider Society and Keyblade wielder ideology and Sora's insecurities and the whole like XYZ romance isn't meant to be because it never works out in every other universe, and just the potential commentary from that for Sora and Riku, just like so much, like if not for the fact that it was so the fact that they would have had to do like legal hoops with Sony to jump through on top of Disney, I would want Spider-Verse in Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah. Oh, you know, I think if again with just Marvel stuff, like generally Captain America and Bucky are easy parallels. Not like as much as I was never like crazy about them or anything, but like I totally get it, and there's so many easy queer readings into it, right? That it's just like you could definitely use that and then be like, this reminds me of this, or like I kind of know how this feels, you know, to lose somebody like this. Like, you know that this isn't them, but they're doing all of these terrible things, and you don't want to fight them, but you have to fight them, right? But on the whole, don't really want any of it, and it feels like just a step away just one step too far from what I'm willing to put up with.
Yeah.
Where, like, the Star Wars is like the limit, because I'm like, okay, if you're using what we think you're using, then I'm down. I'm down for this really specifically, because I also think it's interesting in terms of like a tone and like just the visuals and stuff, that like I think that especially fucking the Caribbean looked so incredible. It was like fucking amazing what they managed to pull off with that I'm willing to see something of a similar caliber like again. You know, I'm down to clown if it's this specifically. But past that, I'm like, please don't go too fucking hard. And even then, Nomura's spoken in the past that he generally wanted to stick to the larger, like, that just the Disney home IPs kind of a thing. But he's always been a fan of Star Wars. No shit, right? But like, I guess like if it's something that it's like, I think the opportunity has presented itself in a way that like he can use it both like, oh, I get to use this because they're letting me, but then also story-wise, there are things that you could actually like use. So it's like, I think that like, you know, it might be a right place, right time. And I'm like, okay, I can get behind this, you know, but otherwise I don't, I mean, who knows? He can always change his mind, but like, I don't think that was ever quite in the cards to go like so far out into like whole other like basically universes of IPs with fucking Marvel. There's too much there. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, that said, I do think there are some. There is only one single part of the MCU that I feel like would actually kind of be fun. Would actually be kind of fitting for and fun to work with for KH4. Mel mentioned WandaVision, which is actually kind of funny because someone actually did a Suriku fanfic that of like post KH3 when Riku goes to Quadratum, and he basically ends up in basically the Sora equivalent of WandaVision.
That's really fun.
And so
I didn't watch it as much as like I was. Again, it's like the tangential knowledge of like what is going on because everybody else is watching it.
That was basically the only reason I even watched it at all. Is after 3 weeks of hearing everyone talk about it, I was like, all right, let's see what everyone's chatting about.
Right. Yeah, that was something that I was like, oh, this seems neat. And then I'm bad at fucking consuming things, so like I just haven't. But like that is something that I can see. I'm like, oh, that's just like it's a cool premise, and you can do a lot with a cool premise. But then also when it revolves around like grief of a person and like, you know, their relationship and stuff, that like while it doesn't have to like explicitly go down that route, it's something that you can definitely utilize.
Yeah,
character study.
Exactly. And speaking of fan, and I do want to talk about some more fanfic stuff, and I want to carry on that fanfic, the whole good fanfic premise stuff in a moment. But first, I gotta get a drink of water and use the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to.
I'll continue to host.
Yeah, BRB.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Get out of here, Howler. Get the fuck out. Leave me. Anyway, hi, everybody. How's it going? Oh my god. Fancy meeting you here. Are you enjoying the show? Are you having a good time? He's gone. Anyway, get me the fuck out of here. Get me out. I don't want to talk about I'm kidding. Hi. Oh, I just saw that the picture went so far as to it's just me. It's just me here. Hello. It's pretty spacious out here in this little sparkly sky. I just can really stretch out now. You know, I can put my legs up. They're happening. You can't see them, but like they are happening over there. Anyway, it's Niku's time. It's my time. This is my stream now. Anyway, Kingdom Hearts, huh? That's cool shit. That's pretty cool shit. I forgot it was Sora's on my shirt. I forgot. I looked down and I saw his little face looking back up at me. I feel like I had something to bring up, but I don't remember. I feel like when I don't have a camera on me, I'm like more animated when I talk. Do you think that's true as people who listen to me speak? Because I feel like something about it is I just get more wild and rambunctious when I'm speaking and you can't see me. Not that I ever feel self-conscious. I just feel like it gets concentrated. You know, I'm losing one of my senses. You can't see me, but now I'm talking a lot. I mean, I always talk a lot.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's what you were saying about like how like a great writer can make any premise work is that part of why I like one of my favorite things with fanfic is like crossovers and also just seeing the different ideas people can come up with, because even like sometimes even a premise that I'm just like that under normal circumstances I'm just like, this is not for me, this isn't my thing, a good enough writer can make a great writer can make even the most outlandish ideas entertaining at least entertaining to read, even despite my own personal preferences. I'm very much aside from Suriku, the only other big ships I've got for KH as far as like what I think as far as is real is I'm kind of more of an Akus of, you know, Lee Aiza, but then a year ago I discovered a time travel fic where the main pairing was like Syx and Demix, but the more I'm reading, I'm like, okay, yeah, you sold me on this pairing.
Right. Yeah, like, I think it's something that it's just like, I think what's true for any story, any piece of media, whether even it's fan fiction or just published works or, you know, shows, games, novel, whatever the fuck you want, doesn't matter. All I'm ever asking a story when I go to it is simply to convince me of what it's trying to. Just tell me your story. Just tell me your story for what it is, even if it's not something that I'm super into. Like, I just want you to tell me your story to the best of your ability. You know, just deliver me this experience and let it do the work. Because that's how I'm even here in the first place with like Soriku, is that I'm just like, the fucking games did this. I'm not lifting a single finger to make this happen.
Same.
It's all right here. Like, it's put silver platter delivered to me on like a TV tray. I'm reclined, and they brought it straight up to my mouth. They're like spoon feeding it to me, and I'm just like, ooh, yummy. And like, I don't know what you want from me or the series, other than it's so right there, right? But it's just like, even if it's just like a fan fiction that's there, that's just so well written and so convincing that you could be like, okay, I can fucking buy. You have sold me. Then fuck yeah, that's just good storytelling, baby. No, but like, TLDR, yeah, man, I get it. I get what you're trying to say. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, and yeah, that's basically why one of my that's honestly why one of my favorite crossovers is it is basically this one crossover series that does the villain, like, basically is just about like the Disney villains goofing off and having fun. Or at least like goofing off, having fun, being evil, basically. But it's like the whole, because the whole premise is basically like post Dream Drop Distance, Maleficent putting her villain alliance back together and just like grabbing a bunch of villains from other franchises along with the Disney villains from before, and just going around and just adding them all onto her search for the Book of Prophecies, and just like going around conquering the universe, murdering their enemies, committing atrocities, but just also bickering and backstabbing and yet somehow becoming like a cohesive found family along the way.
Wow.
Like,
that sounds incredible.
I kid you not, like, it goes, like, we go from like the villains doing atrocities that are like equal or greater than the things they do in their own original Disney, in their own original canons,
yeah.
to like, Yeah, to them going on dates with all their significant others.
Damn. Really, just like the whole meal, you know, the bread and butter. They put it all in there.
Yeah, I will link all the fanfics I mentioned in the stream description or I'll post them now, and then I'll post the links now in the chat, and then add them to the video description after the stream's over. Hang on a sec.
There you go. Hey, quick question. Can anybody hear this?
I can.
I know you can. What about fucking... Yeah!
I heard that.
I hope you guys can hear that.
Alright, so just posting the link now for the Suriku WandaVision fic. And then here's the Demic Sykes time travel one.
Oh good, people did hear.
Yeah. And then here is the and here is the villain team up one.
Love that.
Yeah, and yeah, so I'll put those links in the description after the stream for anyone who watches this later on demand. But
anyway.
But yeah, and so yeah. Yeah, speaking of Kingdom Hearts fan stuff, how about those award nominations we all got, that you, me, and Tennille all got?
Yeah, really. I just think it was so funny that you came in being like, "Hey, I got nominated for the Million Dreams." I keep saying Millions Dreams because of Millions Knives.
Understandable. I've seen Trigun. I get it.
Yeah. Anyway, the Million Dreams Awards, and it's just like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, well, hold on, and I go and like open my email, and it's like, me too. Wow.
Yeah, like the same time you were checking your email, I was going over the nominations, going like, oh hey, Tennille and Niku got nominated too.
Wahoo! Yeah, how exciting! I think that's so fun.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely gonna have to. I'm trying to figure out what to say for my. I'm trying to we have until if any of us want to record an acceptance speech or anything, we have until September 8th to email that in, and so I'm trying to figure out if I want to say anything and what to say.
Right. Yeah, I'll probably do one. But I really gotta I gotta think of something. I gotta stew on it, you know what
Same.
I mean? Because it's like, I don't want to make a whole big long fucking thing.
Yeah, and we have and it's like the minimum, we have a 2-minute time limit, but
yeah, and I'm like, I'm probably not gonna take all 2 minutes of that, but
yeah,
I would love to make a little something. I think that would be cool. If I win. Hopefully I win.
Yeah.
Where's the fucking... I win.
Yeah, and if anyone ever wants fanfic, I see a lot of people in the chat getting excited about the fanfic links I posted. So if anyone ever wants to find more fics to read, my bookmarks are public. So I just bookmark a lot of stuff. Just fair warning that if it's not if it's not KH related, if it's not a fandom that you're familiar with, you're going to be experiencing spoilers there.
By the way, guys, that slide whistle is not a sound effect. I have one in my hands. I'm literally physically holding it. I can... It's a spooky ghost! I'm just fiddling with it in my hand. It's just a big blue fucking slide whistle. That's all me, baby. Wait, that's not the only sound effect thing I have. Hold on.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. I'm done showcasing a couple of my stuff. Only a couple. I have a kazoo shaped like a trumpet. So. Anyway, I'm glad people are enjoying the fix.
Same.
I pulled up the Disney villain one. I think that one sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is. It is hysterical. The character writing is fantastic, and it's like the author I think as I understand it, like they started writing it before before we got like Union Cross and everything. So they basically just decided to ignore all the everything after Dream Drop Distance, and so they just do their own thing, and so. And so they commit to their they work on like fleshing out their own their own lore and ideas, and also I feel like they're one of the few, even though like they don't even without the post GDD stuff, they're one of the few fic writers. The author for this is one of the few fic writers I've seen who gets Maleficent's character as far as Kingdom Hearts goes, and like what she wants and what motivates her.
Yeah, that's a pretty important thing to have a handle on. I feel like, especially if it's that's like the subject of your fic, but like that can go a long way. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and speaking of fics, I'm also trying to find the creative juices to work on some of my own, to start working on some of my own that have sat dormant for years. Or even just finally write some of the ideas that I've had sitting around that I've been trying to do drafts for.
Right.
Yeah, like I've been trying to like maybe finally get around to writing the Suriku crossover fanfic with my favorite novel series that I've been drafting for years.
What's the novel series?
It's the Red Rising Saga by Pierce Brown. I went on a whole tangent about it in the last stream, but it's basically
I wasn't there for that one.
Yeah, since you weren't there for that one, it's basically set in the future where humanity has started colonizing planets, but society has been reorganized into a caste system that is color-coded by job type. So it's like you have Violet for all the creative professions, like painters and artists and all.
Is that why you're the Violet Howler?
Yes, exactly. And like blue is and then blue is for pilots, and gold is like the ruling elite, and the fabulously wealthy ruling class, and reds are red is like the bottom of the pyramid, and so.
Just like Homestuck.
I am not like if I had a nickel for every time I told someone about Red Rising and they compared it to Homestuck, I'd have 3 nickels.
Look, you don't get to say and then red is the bottom of the barrel and not get some kind of Homestuck comparison. And I didn't read Homestuck, okay? I know this.
And the thing is, the first friend who made the Homestuck comparison, like one time back in 2020, we did we kind of did a game to try of sharing which most which weird fucked up fact about either series we could share to try and see which series had the most violence or weird shit or disturbing or weird shit, and it was a draw.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so basically, if you're a fan of Homestuck, read Red Rising is my recommendation. A lot more linear storytelling, but from my understanding, a lot more linear. From my understanding, Homestuck storytelling is less linear, but it's gonna be a lot of.
Less linear is definitely one way to put it.
Yeah, the main story is about the one of the main characters who's like a teenage red living as a miner beneath mining beneath the surface of Mars to try and make the planet habitable for future generations and terraform the planet to be more Earth-like, and him getting recruited by the Resistance to go to the school where the Golds educate their children so that he can climb up the ranks and take down the ruling class from the inside. And so basically, one of the ruling gold families, because it's very Game of Thrones-esque with how the rulers are all divided along these lines of noble families in different regions, And so the ruling family of Jupiter of the moons of Jupiter is known as House Ra. Like, and then one time in 2020 or 2021 or whatever, I saw someone did like Final Fantasy XIV crossover of Roxas as like one of the dragon people and as like Roxas as an Aura. And so I thought, I got a laugh at that because in Red Rising, every color in every color cast has their own designated prefix for their last names that corresponds to their color, like for instance, or an element associated with that color, or either that or their profession. For example, like green is the technology development color, so all their last name, so their names go like first name and then C last name with C, for silicone, and like blue it was Z for xenon, and like for the metallic colors like gold, silver, and copper was their elements on the periodic table, which for gold was AU. So golds went by like, so golds of House Ra were like first name Ao Ra. And so I thought that was a funny coincidence. And so
yeah.
And so I was like, you know what? And so my brain conjured like the mental image of like Roxas Ao Ra as like as like a member of that family, which led to the mental image of Sora as a member of that family. Because intercaste relationships are like a major plot point in the series, I can't because being forbidden and to the point of execution, I started drafting out like an AU, like a fanfic that inserted like Roxas and Sora into the Red Rising story as like children of House Ra, because it's a plot, and figured out like a way for them to get to pull a canon compliant wave that they could get like drawn into the rebellion and to side with the rebels, and because of because Sora having a secret relationship with his bodyguard Riku. Yeah, and so I haven't even written that yet, but I've just like I've just got like a lot of incomplete snippets.
Yeah. No, I understand. That's how, like, that's just how an AU is. You think of, like, God, this idea is the sickest shit ever, and you're just like sitting there playing with it in your brain. You're like, yes, I'm playing with dolls.
Same with like my Locked Tomb Sariku
AU. Yeah, Locked Tomb is one I've heard a lot of people speak of. I've even seen fan art for it, but I haven't read it. I don't know anything about it.
I can info dump about it if you want.
I mean, that's up to you. I'm not against it, but also I do know people are asking about obviously the general topic of Kingdom Hearts still, but I think we talked about earlier, and we talked about the Tokyo Game Show, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. Trying to keep track of shit.
Yeah, we mentioned Tokyo Game Show early in the stream. I'm basically hoping for at least something with Missing Link.
Yeah, basically. That's really just like the next big thing. And if it's not that, I swear to God, it's going to be like December 14th or something, and then just suddenly we're gonna get an update on the still Dark Road account.
Yeah, the English account, that account is so slow.
I know, and it's just gonna be like, hey everybody, we're just it's gonna be like a weird nothing update or something, and it's gonna be like, in a couple weeks maybe we'll have some info, and it'll be like, wow, and then we won't get it in a couple weeks, I swear to God, unless we get something at Tokyo Game Show.
Yeah. But yeah, so...
Really hoping.
But yeah, so if anyone...
Anyway.
But yeah, if no one has any objections, I don't mind. I am perfectly willing to info dump about Locked Tomb and Red Rising if you want.
Let me go to the bathroom and get some water. Now it's my turn. It's
your turn
to host. I will be right back.
Okay. Yeah, if chat is not interested in me info dumping about my literature hyperfixations, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying this stream. Too bad Tennille couldn't make it, but at least we're having fun. Let me just. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, Oliver Leary. I don't know how. I don't know what. I'm not sure how to. Having a brain fart on whether to use your full username or not. But yeah. I'm glad. Hope you guys enjoy the fix. I reckon. Yeah, it's fun going. It's fun going. Just talking about stuff. Here we go. Yeah, hopefully next time we'll be able to. Get all three of us to stream together. I just thought it was fun. We just thought it was funny, like that it's like that it's like this is the second time that we planned for 3 and only 2 and only 1 for all 3 of us and only ended up with 2. It's like I was just like I was just like doing the Doofenshmirtz nickel meme in my head. Someone should make a. Does anyone know if they made a sound effect of that meme? Because if they have like a sound effect board that has that, if I had a nickel quote, but that whole, you know, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice quote, I will get that thing in a heartbeat. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I hope so, and especially because I'm probably gonna. Yeah, Mel, I love dancing to. I really enjoy dancing to our heart song. That's one of my favorite. That's a really great Sariku fic. Like I like that. That's a very fun one. I really love especially when they get to the the third one when with Sora and Riku and Hoku like that. Them being I know not everyone. I know kid characters being parents is not everyone's cup of tea. But I honestly love the idea of Sora. I think Sora and Riku would honestly make great parents, to be honest. So I love that part. So I love that part of the fic. So that's my favorite part of that whole series is seeing how Sora and Riku grow up and get to the point where they're ready. And since I recommended the link, and since I mentioned that fic, I will grab the link to that. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the thing I do is I always either bookmark a fic with fanfics when I don't have a moment to read them. I either bookmark them for later, or I basically made like a personal Discord server to like keep track, primarily to keep track of like what resources and stuff I have saved or need for my YouTube channel, but I also kind of use it for general, just like have channels for just, more general stuff. And so I just will usually like drop a link in there and just come back to that later when I'm ready when I need something new, when I have the time to read.
And so then yeah, Sora and Riku are proud parents of Meow Wow. Oh, absolutely. And Komori Bat. Yeah, it would be really cute. I really hope we see those two. I really hope we see their other Dream Eaters again. That would be super great to see. Huh. I've heard of that. I've heard of that one fic. I might check. I've never checked it out, but I might one day, one of these days. Usually I don't. Usually I only tend to. Usually Akuroku is something I only really get into if it's part of an existing Suriku fic, but I might check that out. Yeah. Rose, I think they did. I kind of got that impression as well. So maybe we'll see those again. Ah. Yeah, he does. He does, yeah. Yeah, never. Yeah, always go nuts on fanfic. Oh yeah, Riku having the Dream Eater mark would be so good. That's another reason I want to see the Moana world, is just like for him to have that as a tattoo on his back. I know the feeling, Loomis, because that is basically when a fic is over a certain length or at least a certain number of chapters, I lose the ability to focus on almost anything else until I finish. Like sometimes a fic is so good that with multiple chapters it just impedes my ability to function. Oh, is that Niku back? Is Niku back? I'm here.
Knock knock, it's Knuckles.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry, guts kind of kicked in, so
no worries.
Longer than anticipated, but you know.
And looks like most of people, and looks like all the most of the comment, and looks like all the comments are telling me to go for it with info dumping on my hyperfic with info dumping on the books. So.
Yeah, no, if I can go for it, that's fine.
Yeah, and I'm only going to try and info dump on like the first book for the Locked Tomb series, because talking about the sequels without giving away like the big plot twists of the endings for the first and second books is a difficult task I do not feel prepared for. So I will.
Okay.
But trust me,
I'd also like. I was thinking about like, oh, a lot of people seem to like these, and maybe I could like listen to them or something. So I guess I don't really mind spoilers in that regard, because then I'm just like, oh, I just want to go and know what all this is about. But I guess use whatever discretion you think is appropriate.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when it's like you know how and especially because like you know how like Kingdom Hearts 3 active how you mentioned in like the Sleeping Realm theory how like Kingdom Hearts 3 is actively lying to the audience.
Yeah. Yes.
That is basically
Boy,
the
am I
second.
familiar.
Basically the second, like the first two, like the first four-fifths, the first like 2/3 of the second Locked Tomb book actively tries to actively gaslights the reader about what happened in the first book. Like, as a plot.
Okay.
And, like, not necessarily, and specifically because, like, one of the characters in question is actively trying to alter their own memories of what happened.
Oh, okay.
So it's like there's layers, and like there's parts, and there's like, and it's like, especially because it's like the things and it's like one of those books where it's like a lot of things happen, but it feels slow paced because because everything is being told from the point of view of someone who either is uninterested or does not have who is unaware of who does not have the awareness of all the shit that's happening around them, and only becomes aware of things as the story goes towards the end of the story. Like, it's kind of a meme it's kind of a meme in the fandom. It's like the first book is like a murder mystery from the point of view of a jock who got dragged to an international science fair and doesn't want to be there. The second book is from the point of view of a traumatized teenager with a DIY lobotomy. And then the third book is from the point of view of a 6 month from the point of view of a 6 month old in a teenage body operating out of a terrorist cell.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, but yeah. So basically, the Locked Tomb. Like, I don't know how much background stuff you've picked up from social media. So, but
not much.
Like
I've just seen fan art here and there enough to be like, oh, I think this is the Locked Tomb, and then usually I'm right, but I couldn't tell you any character's name or anything.
All right, so the plot is the plot is basically the series is set in basically set in an interstellar empire that is built on and structured around necromancy. All the magic in the setting is deliberately geared toward resurrecting the dead and animating corpses and causing the dead organic matter to die, or regenerating dead tissue, and dealing with, psychometry and speaking to, and summoning ghosts, and forming skeletons. Mm-hmm. And so it's hinted throughout the first book, but not confirmed until the second that this is actually set in the future of the in Earth's solar system in the future. And so it's
okay.
And so the basic idea, and so it's basically ruled by, and so basically the founder of and so the first necromancer and the leader of is basically the immortal leader of the empire, who is basically treated as a god by his subjects. Because as far as his power level is concerned, he basically is one, and so
okay,
and so he basically sends out at the beginning of the series a summons for the heirs to each of basically the empire is divided into 9 noble houses. And so each house is based on a different planet in Earth's solar system, and has their own specialty, their own area of necromancy that they specialize in. For instance, the 7th house, the 7th house does disease, and the 5th house does speaking to the dead. The 8th house does siphoning people's souls from their bodies. The ninth house deals with skeletons.
Okay.
And then the first house is just the emperor and his inner circle. And so basically the emperor after 10,000 years of his inner circle slowly dying in battle one by one, the emperor puts out a summons for the heirs to the other 8 houses to basically come to the first house, which is
again, like hinted at in the first book, but not confirmed until book 2, which is located on the abandoned Earth, on the ruins of Earth, like post-apocalyptic Earth, and basically undertake a series of trials to become lictors, which are basically like immortal super necromancers that serve as his right hands, and are, since he's basically treated as a god, they're basically his saints. It's because there's a lot of elements of Catholicism in the Empire's religious structure.
Right. Yeah.
And so the lictor, the main character of the first book is Gideon Nav, who was like a girl.
I recognize that name.
Yeah, she was
I've read the name around. Continue.
Yeah. So Gideon grew up living on the ninth house, which is implied to be on Pluto, where after the woman who she assumes is her mother, for reasons unknown, basically. Sorry, that was my alarm. Was like on a spacewalk, but fell through the atmosphere into like the central shaft, because like the ninth house is their complex is like burrows beneath the surface, and then beneath the surface of Pluto, and so her mother like basically fell from orbit and like died down the central shaft and died on impact, so basically she's been like an indentured, and so basically Gideon grew up as like an indentured servant of the ninth house her entire life, and has a heated rivalry with the heir to the ninth house, Harrow Harknonagesmus, Harrow for short, and who basically torment each other like kids on the playground, like pulling at each other's hair and biting and clawing and shit.
Yeah, classic kid shit.
Basically, except they keep doing this into their teen years.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, when the summons comes out for all the heirs to come to the first house, Harrow is in a bit of a conundrum because basically. Every necromancer who is an heir in a position of authority has a cavalier who is basically like a trained swordsman or swordswoman who is essentially their bodyguard, who is basically supposed to protect them from physical threats and give them the breathing room to like cut loose with necromancy in combat situations if necessary. And so basically. And so her cavalier basically jumps, and his somewhat overly controlling mother jump ship as soon as the summons go out, and so she needs Gideon to fill the vacancy in order to actually in order to present the front that the ninth house has their shit together. Because one of the reasons that Gideon resents the ninth house is that it's basically sort of a fantasy version of, like the whole like dying town, and the main character just wants to leave this place. Basically, sort of like KH1, kind of like KH1 era Riku.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so Gideon is basically forced to become Harrow's cavalier in exchange for finally being set free from the ninth service once the trials are complete. But when they get to the first house, they find out as they go through the trials, someone ends up getting murdered, which sparks a whole murder mystery and trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, what's going on, and why is it, and who's doing the killing, why is it, and who's behind it, all that kind of stuff. And the fun thing about the series is because it blends it blends like deep, thought-provoking and philosophical stuff with memes and jokes. Someone put it like for instance, someone talked about in a reread how there's even foreshadowing in puns. There's even puns that have foreshadowing in future books.
I have a question.
Yeah?
If somebody got murdered, and a lot of this has to do with necromancy, is there a specific rule or something that's preventing them from simply bringing the murdered party back?
Well,
is there like a limitation?
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but I know in that specific instance, they actually tried that for the surviving characters actually tried for several hours without success.
Okay.
It was basically like, it was basically like
something there.
Yeah, it's basically like they find the bodies, and the next chapter it's like they tried for several hours, but their souls were gone, but their souls had fled, so there was nothing we could do we tried even after several hours of trying.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about under general circumstances, but in that specific circumstance, they were like they tried, but
they were trying it wasn't happening. So
exactly. And so let me try and find a good example of something where it's like I'm trying to find a good Tumblr post I blogged before about like the fact that you go from like deep philosophical shit to like you go from deep philosophical stuff to God making a nun pizza with left beef reference.
Oh my god.
Like and the author was, and also if you are a Homestuck fan, you will recognize a lot of Homestuck references in Locked Tomb because the author has written Homestuck fic before.
Oh my god.
But yeah, but it's like someone like let me find the one like one, and also I kid you not, like one of the character it's like literally like one of the things where it is like one of the so is that like basically part of there's like they do introduce like there's like a rebel faction against the empire, and it's like they use like for code names, they use like different words and phrases from Earth but because of it's been 10,000 years since the start of the empire, thanks to the cultural context behind what those words mean has been lost. So you have a character. Mm-hmm. So you have things like one leader of the rebellion whose code name is a mixture of religious poems and phrases associated with the Bible, and then you have a quote from King, and then you have a character whose code name is a mashup of Shakespeare quotes, the Maori translation of New Zealand's national anthem, and an Eminem song lyric.
Oh my god!
Like it is
just a mishmash of stuff.
Like yeah, it is a very off the walls series in the best way possible. Like it's one of the it's like Kingdom Hearts where it's like
fun with it, you know.
Yeah, it's like Kingdom Hearts where it's like there's a lot of things that are ridiculous, but it takes itself and the audience seriously, and so you cannot help but love it.
Yeah. No, I've heard a lot of good things about it, and obviously you're telling me a lot of fun things about it now, but
yeah, and I also. Yeah, and I'm also currently writing like a Suriku Locked Tomb fanfic with with like Riku as Gideon and Sora as Harrow, but like without the kid biting and clawing rivalry, and large for reasons that are plot spoilers, but yeah, it's just like such a. But yeah, it's just such a very fun series, especially because it is so because it is also unabashedly like basically almost everyone in the cast is gay. Like everyone in the cast is queer. And
I did hear that it's pretty queer general, but I didn't know to what extent. You know, I don't know if it was just like a couple of characters are really explicitly queer, but if it's from somebody writing who, or at least had written Homestuck fanfic, it's pretty safe to assume most of the cast is going to be queer, so, you know.
Yeah, like, most of the cast is queer, like, literally half the character, like, literally half the, literally, like, there's a lot of fanfic, there's a lot of memes about Gideon's dynamics with with a lot of the female characters who show up for the trial, basically being enough to make a viable dating sim.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Everyone loves a dating sim.
Yeah, so that's the Locked Tomb series, and that's the Locked Tomb series, and a little brief intro to that. And I also kind of feel like wanted to kind of info dump about Red Rising more if you're okay with that.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mentioned because like not only is like the Violet part in my name from from Red Rising because the whole like Violet is the creative fields for the caste system, but also like the Howlers are like in the books are an in-universe are like a commando squad who serve as the main character's honor guard in the rebellion, and so.
Okay,
so that's where the other part of my username comes for being the Violet Howler comes from, is because is because the Howlers are what fans of the books call ourselves. So we I first created my Tumblr account to follow fans of the series. So when I found it's like hey I'm still my career goals would make me a Violet in this series, and I'm a Howler, so the Howler.
Right.
Yeah, and
we are.
Yeah, and even my the wolf head symbol I use for my profile pic on all my social profiles is the logo the Howlers use in the series.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking. My friend who does my thumbnails for the videos and has suggested to me like at some point with like I'm looking into doing like channel merch and stuff, and so I'm considering like. I'm toying with the possibility of having
redesigning the logo to make it more something yours and not just from the series kind of a thing.
Yeah,
right?
something that wouldn't be like copyright infringing to try and do merch of, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think honestly, even just using violet as a color and using there's so much you can do. Like it's so easy to go like even if it's like a very general or even similar kind of silhouette to like there's just I think that would both be smart, and then a lot you wouldn't be losing much or anything. So
yeah, and also I feel Link.
artist.
Link artist. Sorry, do you mean my friend I mentioned who does the thumbnail art for my channel? Her links. Every video I post all my videos have links to her portfolio and social media profiles. If you want to check her stuff out. And we even were talking about we even like talked about like maybe doing it as like as kind of a fusion with Kingdom Hearts, where of like doing it like kind of basically like modifying the Howler symbol to be like in the style of the foreteller masks. Like as something,
that would be fun.
Yeah. And something like that, and so and incorporate the purple the purple as the hood and stuff like.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff you could do with that, honestly.
And so like I was saying, so the main character Darrow is basically starts the series like working under the surface of Mars as like as a miner trying to terraform the planet, make it more Earth-like, and so his dad was basically murdered, executed for trying to lead like a peaceful protest against like the poor working conditions in the mines when Darrow was 6 years old, and so because like the Reds are because like as the bottom of the pyramids, like the Reds are divided in the mines are divided into clans based on based on like what shift they're working, and so they basically have to work. And so they basically all have to compete where it's like the best like the clan that performs the best and pulls and has like the biggest haul at the end of every quarter gets basically gets like, you know, a reward of like extra food rations and better medicine and fabric and resources and stuff. except the gold leadership, or at least the leadership of the colony, of their mining colony, keep giving keep giving that award to the same clan every single time for as long as people can remember. And so and that was like the peaceful protest that was why his dad led a protest when Darrow was 6 and got executed for it. And one of the things that so basically that deeply traumatized Darrow so that he because like the fact that because like the Reds were a very because all the color casts have their own subcultures, and so Reds are very and so Red culture was very family oriented, and so basically Darrow viewed his dad's decision as his dad deciding that their family wasn't enough, and so that kind of left him with like a very like a kind of guilt, kind of internalizing the idea that he wasn't enough, that he had to like he wasn't enough for the people he cared about to stay and be with and be with that they valued his dad valued like his principles and trying to stand up for better and more than his own life and being a part of his family and his
community and his family
exactly, and so that
those ideals
and so that traumatized Darrow, and so he grows up, and so when he was, like I said, when he was only 6 years old at the time, and he basically ends up, and so at the start of the series he's now 16 because of the conditions, Reds start working young. They literally have like because they literally have like the work in the mines is deliberately structured in like as in like along like the gender binary of men do all the digging and the hard work, women weave clothing and handle handle household stuff, and so it's like and they actually kind of make a point that they deliberately and that like in later books that Gold's deliberately influenced Red culture to be like rigidly patriarchal and heteronormative. And so he basically ends up, but basically he like and getting back to like basically like red boys start working in the mines as soon as they have puberty, and so basically by the start of the series he's been working in the mines for a few years, and also again due to the harsh conditions, Reds end up marrying young, where it's like they all get married at 16. And so he basically started the series. He's 16. He's been married for 6 months to his childhood sweetheart, but she also has a lot of the same like ideals and principles as his dad, and so she keeps agitating for him to like lead to stand up to the people, the people in power, encouraging, saying she sees that he's got a lot of people already respect in the community, already respect him because of how well he does on the job. So if he would just stand up and fight, it would just be then they could successfully lead a rebellion and so on. But Darrow is reluctant because again his dad being executed for that traumatized him, and so one day kind of hard to talk, and so kind of spoiling the first book here but it basically Ao his wife Ao, she basically one day she basically sneaks him into a restricted area where that's like a garden that only the security officers are allowed to access, and so they get arrested for trespassing, and so after like a few days, sitting in a cell, they get public whipping for their punishment, because the colony leader is trying to make a spectacle because the governor of Mars is there that day, is visiting, and so Ao basically takes her resistance to the point, it basically sees the fact that the most powerful man on Mars is there watching her being punished for just wanting to see some nature, and so she basically decides to make a point by singing the one, because Red culture has a lot of like song and dance, but there's one song and one dance that Golds have explicitly forbidden. Like the dance, because it's similar to like the way that to like the text, because the movements of the dance are similar to how Golds teach their children to fight, and the song because it invokes like an ancient failed rebellion, and so basically she deliberately sings the forbidden song, knowing that in order to make herself a martyr, which was because the author's original inspiration for doing the series was he wanted to do this to kind of focus on the story, kind of do like was focused on the idea of Antigone, where Antigone deliberately like did committed a crime that would end in execution because of her principles, and then but then he wanted to explore through Red Rising, okay, what happens to all of the loved ones Antigone left behind, and so So basically Ao was the Antigone, is the Antigone of the story basically, and so basically Darrow basically ends up trying to kill himself over her death because of the added trauma, because of how it hits the trauma button, and rather than when she had she'd hoped it would inspire him to rebel. But then the rebellion when he tries to what he tried to do, and the way Reds do the way that executions are done in the mining colony is by hanging, and because of the low gravity on Mars, someone has to pull the condemned person's feet to in order for it to actually kill them, and so that's what imagery, anyway,
yeah.
and the Golds deliberately, and like the Gold leadership of the colonies deliberately make it leave basically leave who does the pulling up to the person's loved ones as a way to kind of make them guilty by share the guilt by association, basically.
Right. It makes them have to turn their hand towards this person they care about.
Exactly. And also at the same time, also the loved ones also, even as it is like framed as sharing the guilt of the execution, also kind of as like a mercy thing that they love that person enough to make sure that their end is quick and and somewhat and not suffering. So anyway, so basically as part of their system of keeping the Reds in line, the Golds make it illegal for the hanged bodies to be buried, and so the bodies are just left to decay as like a message to the rest of the colonies, and to the rest of the colonists, and so basically Darrow decides to bury Ao's body, and then when he's being hung for it, his uncle basically deliberately drugs him so that so that the rebels can fake his death and let the Golds only think he's dead, and then basically conscript him into their plan to have someone infiltrate the school, like I mentioned, the schools where the Golds educate their children, so that they can get someone on the inside who can climb the ranks of the Gold power structure and bring the whole and undermine the whole system from the inside. Yeah. There are some queer elements in the Red. Leary asked if the series has queer elements. There are some. Like it's not like Locktoon where like everyone is queer, but like there are quite a few like characters, both major and minor, who are queer. Who are queer. There's a lot of and it's like a very much a casual queerness that it's like I mentioned like Red culture was deliberately modeled to be heteronormative by the Golds, but outside of but the other casts, but the main reason that the Reds have that heteronormativity pushed on them is because the Golds try to encourage, because they're the bottom of the pyramid and everything else depends on their labor. They want to make sure the Reds breed as much as possible and just keep the population up. Whereas with the other colors, the Golds are like as long as everything's above a certain population threshold, we don't care about it. We don't care if anyone else who anyone else is in relationships with.
There's just like a status quo of like, we need X amount of population, otherwise who cares?
Pretty much. And so basically there's a lot. And so once the main character like starts interacting with other characters, there's a lot. There's a lot of characters. There's a lot
around.
Well, yeah, like not a ton. Like it's like there's only like a handful of ones that are named. But there are like a few characters. But there's a lot of major and minor like recurring and supporting characters who are queer and like not like in like a and who are like either casually mentioned as queer. And it's like some of them are like mentioned are like casually mentioned in text or blatantly hinted at with varying degrees of subtlety, and then there's a few that are outright stated, and then there's a few that are also just that are like that are not explicitly stated but can actually no, I think only one of them was just confirmed by word of God, basically. As far
nice. Better than nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah, the one downside of the queer there are some downsides for the queer rep in Red Rising, and one thing I do like, even though the main character, like the main romance in the series is guy girl relationship. But the fandom has basically come to the conclusion, particularly in the most recent books. Basically, a lot of my corner of the fandom, at least, which is basically made up of a lot of a few queer fans, is basically that the main character and the main guy girl couple both read as demisexual coded. And they both read as demi to a lot of us, and also the fact that like the method that they use for him to there's a lot of that in order for him to like pass as a gold, Darrow has to undergo surgery, and so there's a lot of like and so there's like so a lot of fans have like read like a potential trans allegory of that.
Right.
Yeah, but the downside is that because this is a series that we sometimes jokingly compare to Game of Thrones because it has a high body count, and so that means that half the cast from that we meet in the first 3 books don't make it through to the end of book 6. Because even that with like quite a few queer having characters who are casually hinted at or mentioned as queer, who are casually coded or hinted at as queer, because that's still a smaller percentage than the characters that are just assumed het. It just like it means that because the fact that so many characters die, like even if they're at like I literally actually did the math, and like the ratio of queer character deaths to assumed straight character deaths is like 1-to-1, but because there's more presumed straight characters, the losses of them is felt a lot more keenly than the straight characters. And also there was one character who was textually confirmed as queer in the 5th book, except the way it was handled was very clumsy and in hindsight really could have been like spaced. It largely because like we literally only got like 5 chapters between learning he's gay and his death.
Oh, damn. Yeah. That kind of stinks.
Yeah, and the way he was and it's like and actually like the red heteronormativity like comes into it where it comes into like plays into it because it's like it is a recurring major red character it's like because of that heteronormativity like he reacts to like he's basically the reason like that like his queerness comes up is because like he's having like a secret relationship with a guy and then but then one of the like the narrative because like starting from book 4 they add in multiple POV characters like they gave like the main character like Darrow's love interest Darrow's future girl Darrow's love interest becomes a major character and it's like in her chapters she's dealing with like investigating like a crime syndicate that's acting against the hero's forces, and she finds out that the leader of one of the leaders of the syndicate that Dancer's lover turned out to be one of the leaders of the syndicate. Who the queer red character's lover was one of the leaders of the syndicate who was basically setting him up as the fall man for a kidnapping plot against her and Darrow's kids. Because by that point, there's been a time skip where she and Darrow had kids, but she and Darrow had a kid, but. So she finds out, but basically when she confronts when she confronts the guy about his association with about to tell him, hey, the dude you were having a secret relationship with is a terrorist. He understandably jumps to the conclusion that they're threatening to out him because by that point he has gone from being like a general in the rebel army to being a senator in the rebels' new government, and the Senate representation is determined based on basically the Senate is people vote to who's going to represent their caste, and so he understandably fears being outed to his red constituents because of that ingrained heteronormativity, and it did right. and so the characters act but the love interest didn't think in advance, despite being generally very intelligent and very aware of other people's emotions, didn't think about how that would look for her to be confronting him about that kind of thing.
Right.
Like I said, that and his death happened within barely 5 chapters, and so that kind of left a sour taste in some fans' mouths. But generally, the author at least tries. Like he listens to he does listen to the author. Like it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like he tries and
his heart's in the right place. It is the intention is good, but sometimes it's just a matter of like trial and error to find out like what works and what doesn't, and like what is something maybe that's a tired trope that we've all experienced as queer
especially
fans.
because the author has admitted that he basically just that he doesn't really, because the author doesn't really plan like in too many more than in advance. He basically just like writes the book as he goes along.
Yeah.
And so
you can kind of see how it just like, it kind of takes a turn as you're writing it. You're like, yeah, this is fine, without realizing, maybe I should have spaced that one out a little bit.
Exactly. But like I said, but the writing of the series is amazing, and I still recommend the series because it is incredible. There's a lot of great quotes and action and world building, and so. Like I can even read if anyone just for before I do though, someone Anakin Witz asked what's the countdown to Tokyo Game Show before let me just check that. Believe that's show 20. It's September 21st. Looks like the first day according to what I'm seeing.
Which might be like the 20th for us.
20 might be 21st. Yeah, September 21st, 2300 Japan time. 100 hours Japan time. TGS 2023 dates. So yeah, Tokyo Game Show 2023. Oh yeah, the 21st to the 24th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of opportunities then for something to come up.
Yeah.
For sure. A lot of this that you've been telling about has reminded me, may I recommend, generally for the audience, but as well to you, Howler, a game called 13 Sentinels.
13 Sentinels. Let me add it to the list.
Yes, it is essentially a visual novel, though there's a lot of moving and walking around and doing stuff. That is the collective, like, story of, well, about 13 or so characters. There are other active characters in the story you don't play as, but they're all kind of different perspectives, and it's really best experienced if you just go through, because the layers of the mystery of what's going on, there's a lot of it. And part of the fun of the ride is going, okay, now you're holding so many pieces of information and you don't know how they fit together yet. And then they all start clicking, and it feels really good as it goes. But it is a visual novel that's on the PS4. It's fully voice acted. Like, every single bit of dialogue is voice acted. It's actually really, really nice. The art is also really nice. There are also canon queers in it, like gay people who get to be gay together. So that's a great aspect of it. But there is, let's see, there's time travel, robots, well, I guess like robots, and then more so like androids, and there's a lot of moving pieces, and there's a lot of, like, they are like pretty overtly, there's also pretty overtly referring to a lot of like known sci-fi, obvious like inspirations and stuff. At the same time, it is a tactical giant robot simulator, where you are fighting like kaiju, and I'm putting that in quotes, but that's what they call them throughout the game. And I would say, in the loosest way possible, it's a bunch of people from different time periods basically being brought together in Japan of 1985 to make a last stand against what is essentially like world-ending kaiju invasion. And they all have to get into robots. And so you get people from literally like World War II era Japan, like brought up to like 1985. You have people from like 2024 or something brought back into, like, there's a bunch of like people are being everywhere, and there's a lot of moving pieces. And like all of the characters are actually just like really interesting, and the voice acting is super, super good. And like you get pieces of the story from both playing. There are two halves of the game to play. There is the actual kind of visual novel part. You're running around, you're talking, you're kind of trying to figure things out. There are a bunch of different little routes to get all the information that you can. And then the other half is playing the giant robot part, which is more of like, I would say, like a tactical kind of game. You're moving the different kind of robots through the city and trying to fight, and like protect an objective point, basically. And they're all playing at essentially different times within the story. So like you can only play so far in some places before it's like, okay, you gotta go finish this other part before you can continue. And so it kind of bounces you back and forth between, I'm doing robot stuff, and then like you're introduced in new stuff while you're doing robot fight stuff, because the characters are like talking to each other and stuff, right? And you're like piecing together shit and like trying to piece together the timeline. And then by the time it all comes together, you're like fully, like, everything that's happening. Like you're here, all of the pieces have come together, and it's like incredibly satisfying. And there's one girl who also has like a bi-awakening in the middle of like one of the robot fights.
Oh my god.
Like explicit too. It's like really funny. And it's like she likes and is together with like this other guy, but like she's like, oh god, I didn't know. Oh no. She's like, it's fine. And it's really good. It's really sweet. But honestly, it's just like a really well crafted game. and the cast is all endearing, and it gives you just enough pieces while you're playing through to start going, I think I know what's fucking going on here. And that, it's satisfying. It's a very satisfying game. And like I said, there are actual queer people in it who are explicitly gay, and they're like, I love you. And I'm like, wow, that's great. So anyway, can't recommend it enough. 13 Sentinels. It's on the PS4. Please check it out.
Yeah,
I went through it just the other week. So
I'll have to take a look. But speaking of Red Rising, I mentioned, like I saw, Leary mentioned, if you mentioned in the chat earlier, but if anyone ever reads it, anyone who reads goes on and reads these books because of the streams, I am not only inviting you but asking you to scream at me in my DMs as you read, how those memes of writers and artists and writers drinking reader tears, that basically that is the fandom, picture that with the Red Rising fandom as that meme, but us drinking new fan tears. Right.
It's always fun to see somebody go through something that you like, and just to see how they react, or it's I love to see somebody play Kingdom Hearts for the first time and just go, yes, just absorb it.
Yeah,
it feels good.
Let me get another drink of water real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anyway, I hope you guys play 13 Sentinels. It was really fun. And you can listen to it in Japanese, but I played through with the dub. And I definitely recommend it. It was just really good.
Back.
Hi.
Alright. Whew. Damn, we've been going for over 4 hours. For 4 hours now.
How long was your stream with Tennille?
We went for just almost a little over exactly 2 hours.
Oh, okay. I was just curious because I remember because Tennille's stamina's been kind of low, right? So I was like, how long did you guys actually end up going? I don't know.
Yeah, we went for for exactly 2 hours.
Nice. Well, we've gone twice as long.
Before we go though, one thing I did think about once I started info dumping on Red Rising is if it will entice people more to read it more. If anyone wanted to hear me try and read the prologue.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to do, I guess, if we wanted to end the stream soon, if you want to do that as a little send-off, then I say go for it.
Yeah, I kind of got some stuff. I need to make a phone call tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna have to go to bed. So I'm gonna have to go to bed soon. So, So yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No. Yes. No.
Any objections?
Reading, or do you want to end it?
I want to do the reading and then reading first.
A reading and then end the stream. Okay, got it. Yeah. No, I think that's fine. Go for it. If it's just a prologue.
Yeah, it's the pro, and it's only a single page prologue.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. I would have lived in peace, but my enemies brought me war. I watched 1,200 of their strongest sons and daughters, listening to a pitiless golden man speak between great marble pillars, listening to the beast who brought the flame that gnaws at my heart. All men are not created equal, he declares, tall, imperious, an eagle of a man. The weak have deceived you. They would say the meek should inherit the earth, that the strong should nurture the gentle. This is the noble lie of democracy, the cancer that poisoned mankind. His eyes pierced the gathered students. You and I are gold. We are the end of the evolutionary line. We tower above the flesh heap of man, shepherding the lesser colors. You have inherited this legacy. He pauses, studying faces in the assembly. But it is not free. Power must be claimed, wealth won, rule, dominion, empire purchased with blood. You scarless children deserve nothing. You do not know pain. You do not know what your forefathers sacrificed to place you on these heights. But soon you will. Soon we will teach you why gold rules mankind. And I promise, of those among you, only those fit for power will survive. But I am no gold. I am a red. He thinks men like me weak. He thinks me dumb, feeble, subhuman.
I was not raised in palaces. I did not ride horses through meadows and eat meals of hummingbird tongues. I was forged in the bowels of this hard world, sharpened by hate, strengthened by love. He is wrong. None of them will survive. And that's the prologue.
Ooh, I like the hummingbird tongues.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good example of something that's, like, it's so small and so, like, you would truly, so fragile and so privileged to be able to, even if it's just, like, a metaphor, you know what I mean? It's like, to ride through the meadows and eat meal of hummingbird tongue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, that's cool.
Yeah, hopefully that inspires some people to read the books.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's kind of what a prologue or even just a back of the book is for. So I hope it's done a good job for everybody listening. I need to get to listening to books and stuff more. I just want to consume more stories. So
yeah, the series is available in audiobook form.
Yeah, that would be great because it's a lot easier. Instead of me like looking at words, it's a lot easier for my mind to wander when I'm doing that. But hearing the words is a lot easier to just passively consume it. You know what I mean?
And the same with Locked Tomb. It's available as an audiobook as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, if anyone who wants to read those books, prefers listening to audiobooks, both Red Rising and Locked Tomb have audiobook versions available. Although fair warning with Locked Tomb that the audiobook narrate, but that the format of the second audiobook spoils the plot twist of toward the end of the thing, but not is necessarily deliberate. It's one of those things where you have to where it's like where you have to think about it, but it's like that's just like it, that it is a very good twist. It's just but the structure, but the fact that the way the narration is done kind of gives something away if you're something important away if you're paying attention.
Right. Kind of accidentally gives it away if you're actually paying attention, but
if you're paying attention, then it should pass your notice.
Yeah. It should, glide on by. Woo.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was a great stream.
Yeah. No, that was fun. I look forward to when we actually get to do this with Tennille.
Yeah. Same.
Also here at the same time. Mom said it was my turn to stream with Howler, so here I am.
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time. Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time I tried to do a stream with both of you guys and one of you had to drop out, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah, it's weird that it happened twice. Yeah. Well, we'll get it. I know I'm going to be... Let's see. Hold on, I got to look at the calendar really quick. I don't know about you. I might be available to do something like next week if we wanted to try again. That's kind of up to Tennille, but then otherwise past that, I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna be busy away from my house. So
yeah, fair. Let's talk fair. We can ask Tennille in the streaming channel chat next week.
Yeah, we can suss that out later. So
yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Well.
Yeah, this was fun.
You sign out the stream as best you can, I guess.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. And so, good night, everyone. Thank you for coming, and see you guys next time. And